the canvassing versus the major events, the places where people gather?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first, I want to acknowledge that COVID-19 threw everything up on its head. There's actually a big debate. Do we want people who are running for office to canvass, especially since they're contacting everyone in the city? And at that point, I was running for mayor, so that was 62,000 people who were eligible to vote. And so some candidates actually got a lot of pushback for being at everyone's door, even though it really worked. But I admittedly, I was one of those candidates that was always on the big stage, always protesting. And I got 10% of the vote that way. And me personally, I could have done better to knock on people's doors. But I agree with Carrie that there are major impediments, and canvassing is the best way to do it. Right now, we don't have a system in which the debates are live streamed or people have access to the information. In fact, like the media has purposefully put the incumbents on their newspaper forefronts the days of the election instead of all the other candidates. Like if I ever made a media press worthy event, the next incumbent would be in the same article just because they were on the city council. And so there wasn't that fairness of actually doing the publicity work. So I agree that canvassing is your best bet because at least people can say, yeah, I met this person, they seem legitimate, I like their platform, I can see them running for office or getting into political office. However, I want to really push to the forefront that it is a systemic flaw and kind of like this virus that's going into our system of governance. There's a lack of transparency. There's not that much information going to citizens as a whole. They don't have the freedom of information, and those things need to be adopted by the city. And then we don't even have inclusive democracy, which is, I think, the most important thing Greens can say is that the fact that people who are in mental hospitals don't have access to information, people who are 16 years old and incarcerated still don't have access to vote. We still have trouble like making sure people who are non-English speakers get the information as well as unhoused residents. We don't have the true population of people who should be able to vote in their communities actually making decisions for their governance. And so until that changes, until we have this actual democracy of people who are eligible to make decisions rather than just having property and being able to vote, we're not going to have an authentic way of governance. And so yes, the corruption is all the way down, but I agree with Carrie and Nathan that if you get those personal touches, then you can actually make a difference. And that's where Green Party candidates.
So one of the things you brought up, Aiden, is the issue of party access. Now, when it comes to third parties, one of the things we've seen, particularly with Spike Cohen and Dave Smith, both of the Libertarian Party, is they've both been granted access to the Fox News channel with Kennedy. They've been able to bring awareness to third parties, specifically the Libertarian Party. But how does other parties like the Green Party and the American Socialist Party, how do they respond? How's a way to counter what's going on with that introduction to the third party and create the left perspective? Nathan, let's go ahead and start with you.
Well, I think that, we need to tell our story on wherever we can, but really our power we're going to succeed or not succeed at the grassroots level. Okay. That's where, yes, we got to tell our story on every platform we can. This is a great platform, but, I'll give you an example. We have to be organized and we have to build databases of friendlies, people that we know are friendly. We're out there canvassing, we get their contact information, we put them in a database, we call them, we message them. I think of our media coordinator here in the Kansas City chapter here in Missouri. And, he joined about a year and a half ago, and he's just gangbusters. And he works as a professional marketer, but then he spends 20, 30 hours a month working for the Green Party as a volunteer, okay? Because he bumped into one of us on the corner a couple of years ago. Then we called him back up, and then he just said, okay, I'm going to join. And then we have a volunteer coordinator who says, okay, Chris, what are you good at? Well, I happen to be a marketing professional. Oh, really? We have a market. How would you like to be our media coordinator? Oh, great. So, we have, every one of us is a worker, right? And every one of us has skills, right? And if all of, I need as a worker for me to even, with the climate crisis breathing down our neck, I can't be happy in any time, any second of my life, if I don't have a piece of my life that's working to overcome and change our society in a revolutionary fashion, right? I have to have that. And so does everyone else, right? That knows the truth, okay? And we are offering that opportunity, that volunteer opportunity to change the world, okay? And that is powerful. And all we got to do is find each other and be organized and give each other the opportunity to do so. And that's what we're doing in the Green Party from the grassroots. And when you do that, people are bought in, and we are a small d democratic organization, right? There's no bosses. Everybody does what they want to do and what they like to do and what they're good at, right? And it flowers and it's infectious and it catches on. And that's what's going on in Kansas City. And I know it can happen anywhere. If it can, I'm deep red state land, okay? Missouri, okay?
You are.
Okay. And Green Party is catching on. Like, I got 35,000 of my neighbors to vote for me. So if it can happen here, it can happen anywhere, but we need to start from the grassroots.
So Aiden, I got a question for you. Nathan brought up the issue of infrastructure, basically building up the data, building up the information, creating that network, that grassroots network, that's more of a horizontal rather than a vertical that you see so often in the two major parties. What sort of successes have you seen in Berkeley?
Yeah, the major success of horizontal organization has been specifically fighting against police jurisdiction over people. In Berkeley, our police department had been very expanding towards militarization, the use of spit hoods. We saw tanks coming in. They still use chemical weapons. Until recently, our chief of police actually argued for shooting people. And so the community as a whole had developed this thing called an independent police accountability board. It's not perfect. Our demands for a 50% police reduction of budgeting did not go through, but we have created this coalition called Care Not Cops, talking about the people who have died at the hands of Berkeley police officers, giving support to people who have been shot just this year by police department officers in our city. And our coalition of people, activists who are actively engaging the process of eliminating police brutality, doing the cop watch wherever we see it, and really forming a united front against the legislation to bolster our police has really made momentum and grassroots efforts to change policing. So much to the point where our mayor right now is on TV talking about taking away police from traffic stops. Yeah, that's not the progressive policy that we are all aiming for, but it's a concession, and that concession gives us more leeway into the future. And so I agree with Nathan, we need those broad mass movements. My work deals with making sure that we have public parks and open spaces. Yeah. I will.
Carrie, you've taken a look at the infrastructure. You've moved from Illinois to New Mexico. You've had to change your background, the infrastructure. Taking your experiences from Illinois and trying to regroup around that in New Mexico, what's your experience like?
Well, I have to reiterate the point that it's the coalition building the networking. So what we're looking at here is, Libertarian Party. Can we coalesce with some shared values? But I think the point that we're missing here is a two-pronged approach. And we have the for-profit model that isn't being addressed. And with that, I'd like to propose that in every state, It is your property taxes you as a taxpayer are paying to finance elections. That's primary and general. So why then should we not demand that those elections are also adhered to under the same way, same regulation that we would for any state organization? But what we do is abdicate this to two for-profit companies, two corporations, RNC and the DNC, and we allow them to manipulate primaries. We allow for-profit media companies to hamstring us on our debate stages. Why would we do that? Shouldn't we remove those for-profit corporations from what is the democratic process and the public good? That is a conversation that we aren't having, and we need to have as part of a twofold approach. And I think when it comes to networking, it's a matter of making people aware of it, because homeowners don't necessarily think about this. Business owners don't necessarily think about their tax dollars at a state level funding the election. So therefore, it should be regulated the same way we would any other state agency. And that's a conversation that needs to be forwarded across the board. And I don't care where you fall in the political spectrum. There isn't anyone who would say, oh no, let's please continue to give this to a for-profit corporation.
Absolutely. So we need to go ahead and wrap this up. Nathan, going to give you 30 seconds here. Any final comments?
Well, I encourage everyone listening to look up your local Green Party, your state Green Party, and join it. If it's weak, that's how weak your democracy is in your state. The Green Party is the only party in the last 50 years that's a leftist socialist party of any significance with ballot access, okay? And the strength or weakness of that party is the strength or weakness of the people's movement electorally. Of course, the people have a lot of different things they do, but we need an electoral arm of our revolution. And
excellent.
That's the only way we're going to get a hold of the tax dollars and make it work for us.
Aiden.
Yeah, I think the Green Party, the reason why I joined is because it's 10 key values, cut and simple: democracy, social justice, ecological wisdom and listening to our indigenous communities, community-based economics, and feminism, just from the very forefront. So the Green Party is the leftmost party that has ballot access in the United States. We need a better job of having people join with those values into the civic discourse. Fair elections is the way we go, making sure our democracy is inclusive, making sure we have freedom of information for every single person, and transparency, where we have local newspapers covering these elections. The world that we want is possible, and I encourage every single person here to join the Green Party of the United States and their local chapters.
Carrie.
Yeah, I have to agree and I have to echo. And as someone who ran as a Democrat and then had my own small woman-owned business, we were sponsors of the Pride Parade in Chicago. We were the first business targeted under the DCCC's blacklist policy. After going through that experience and finally educating myself that not only is the Green Party still there and active, but people are getting elected all over the country. So this whole idea of vote blue no matter who and the lesser evil really should be the marketplace of ideas. And we should have that kind of conversation about your policy, your character, and you running for office should not be predicated on your net worth. So in order to achieve that, you've got to step back and have this kind of competition. And I have to say, my new adopted state, New Mexico, is off the chart with these policies that we say we want. Everything from end of life decisions and autonomy, reproductive rights, all across the board. Every progressive policy, with the exception of Medicare for All, is happening right here and right now. And I have to believe, based on my experience, that's because there are no less than 6 political parties on the ballot at any given moment. That's what we need across the country.
Excellent. I'm Joe Evans with Kerberos Roundtable Discussions and Left Media. This is going to be the completion of U.S. Solution Summit Panel 1. Special thank you to our guests, Nathan Klein, Aiden Hill, and Carrie Barber. And we'll move into the break and see you for Panel 2. Everything's looking good. So
You guys are doing. Appreciate you.
excellent.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Gary.
Ready. Are you guys ready? We good to go? Hello, U.S. Solutions Summit. So great to be here today. My name is Lily Rose, and if you have any requests for your musical breaks, please let me know. We'll start out with a classic. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes, watching the ships roll in, and I watch them roll away again. Yeah, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Left my home in Virginia, heading for Mission Bay, San Diego, 'cause I had nothing to live for. It looks like nothing's gonna come my way. I'm just gonna sit on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. That's a classic by Otis Redding. Some Louis Armstrong for you. My name is Lily Rose. Once again, so great to be here today, US Solutions Summit, learning all about the Green Party. This next one's original. You can find it on my YouTube channel. It's called Running Away. Drive fast, drive far, I don't really care at all. Drive fast, drive far, I got the house to myself, and I'm learning to write, and it feels alright. I'm all alone, but I got friends down the road. If I go to LA, I might be running away from myself. Running away, might be running away from myself again, again. But I won't have to see him again. Running away, running away, running away, running away, running away, running away, running away. I'll drive fast, drive far, I don't really care at all. We're having the time of our lives, we'll escape to paradise. Running away, running away, running away, running away. Oh yeah. Ooh. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds perched by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true. Singing, this is my message to you. Thank you so much. My name is Lily on the key. Don't be shy. Send me your song requests for the next intermission. right, so how are we doing on time here? Seems like we're, how 3 minutes, we have time for another. Do you have a White Rabbit? No, that one's by. Oh, Beatles. Okay, we can do some Beatles. Here come on flat top, he come grooving up slowly. He got juju eyeball, he want holy roller. He got head down to his knee. I got to be a joker, he just do what he please. He wear no shoe shine, he got toe jam football, he got monkey finger, he shoot Coca-Cola, he said, I know you, you know me. One thing I can tell you is you got to be free. Come together right now over me. He bad production, he got walrus gumbo, he got oh no cyborg, he want spinal cracker, he got feet down below his knee. Hug you in his armchair, you can feel his disease. Come together right now over me. Right. He roller coaster, he got early warning, he got muddy water, he want mojo filter, he said 1 and 1 and 1 is 3. Got to be good looking cause he's so hard to see. Come together right now over me.
Carr. It would help if my microphone was on, wouldn't it? I'm here with panel 2, the education panel. I'm here with Steph Cimarano, Madeline Hoffman, and Jeff Carr. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Great. How are you?
I'm good.
I've been better.
I completely understand. But anyway, I wanted to start the panel by asking how you guys got into teaching in the first place. Steph, if you want to go first.
I know a lot of people are like, well, why is the miserable liberal who likes to smoke pot invited on this panel? Fun fact. Ooh, I'm getting like little feedback.
Okay.
Feedback.
Yeah, there's talk in the background. Shane. I can hear Shane.
I've been better.
I completely understand.
Oh, there we go.
But anyway.
So does somebody in the audience somewhere have it on somewhere?
Maybe.
Is it?
I asked
No.
Jeff,
how you guys got into teaching in the first place.
I have mine on, but if the volume's
Steph, if you
off.
want to go first.
I know a lot of people are like, well, why is the miserable liberal who likes to smoke pot invited on this panel?
Yeah. Do you have your stream going, Indy? Yeah, can you not? Like, or at least put it in headphones? I think it's coming through somehow, and I'm not sure why. Sorry. Anyway.
So does somebody in the audience somewhere have it on somewhere? I know a lot of people are like, well, why is the miserable?
Hopefully that's fixed. But anyway, let's get started one more time. Madeline, sorry, Steph, you were saying about how you got started teaching, right?
Sure. All the technical. Hey, this is not new to me, technical difficulty.
Right. Yeah.
You know, here's the big deal with life. You know, right now you're putting on something new, you're creating this new event, and there's technical problems. Imagine tripling that, quadrupling that, Monday through Friday. How many things could possibly go wrong inside a classroom? So I have over 20 years of experience. And just when you have everything just planned just right, your curriculum, you're excited about it, some mechanism in the classroom doesn't work. You know, all the new technology that you are required to use in your classrooms right now. That's that glitch that gets in your way. So I have over 20 years experience in public education. Such a bummer, the feedback. It is hard to do this. Tripling that, quadrupling that.
I have no idea why there's feedback either. That's the funny thing. Hold on. Let me do this one. I don't know. No clue. Yeah. I don't know. I have Zoom muted. That's what I don't understand. Yeah, but the minute
That's
you guys
because
start
we're
talking,
done.
it like feedback, so I don't know. But we can try now, hopefully. Sorry, please continue.
That's what brought me to teaching.
The train went by. You can hear that word.
you wanted to deal with technical difficulties all day long and try to navigate your way through all the technical difficulties day in, day out, 5 days a week. Is that what that message is?
I'm just going to leave it up to the next one, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Madeline. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll see what happens here. I actually, my father was a teacher. He graduated college really young in those days in the city when people were skipped grades, just at the drop of a hat. He wound up as a teacher of languages when he was 16 or 17 years old after graduating college. But my own life, I wasn't really planning to be a teacher or an educator. I was an activist, and I was asked one day to speak in a college classroom about my experiences as a candidate for governor in New Jersey. And after I had spoken, and a couple of other people spoke as well about about electoral politics, the professor handed me a note. He said, "Do you have a master's degree in political science or a related topic?" And I said, "I have a master's degree in public administration." He said, "I'd like to offer you a job." And I said, "Okay." And that started me as an adjunct at a community college in Monmouth County, New Jersey. And this man was my mentor until he passed away from cancer. He was a radical teacher. Um, and he gave me a lot of tools to use in a classroom that to me feel like not organizing in a classroom, because you're not organizing around a specific issue, but you're engaging with students in the classroom. And it's not teacher here, students here. We're all on the same level. So that's what got me into education. At a community college in Monmouth County, New Jersey. And this man
Jeff?
was my mentor until he from cancer.
Okay,
He was a
at
radical
least that repeat is, that voice is getting lower. That's
Yeah,
helpful.
it might be that someone's
Um,
streaming the content here, but I'm not sure which one it might be. But it also might be on my end, so
Yeah.
okay.
okay, so that's always a great question. You know, why did you become a teacher? You know, and I think you kind of just grew, I don't know, I just kind of grew into it in a way. But I changed my major so many times. I was a music major. I went to Berkeley College of Music, and I wanted to perform at a band in high school, and I still play and sing, but you know, I don't do it for anybody anymore except for me and my family, I guess. But it's I really got interested in history, and what are you going to do with history except write and or teach? And so my goal was to become a college professor, and I said, well, I'll work my way, you know, kind of through the system, became a high school history teacher, but I ended up teaching high school for 27 years. I found out how difficult it was to get a teaching position in college unless you come from an Ivy League school, especially in the field of history, where, you know, it's funny. I got offered a job by Exxon Oil because as a history major, because they want history majors because they know how to do research and things like that. So I think, you know, we're kind of an interesting bunch, you know, and English teachers get asked the same kind of things because they're great. They should be great communicators, you know, but I so much enjoyed teaching on the high school level and teaching history. I enjoy that age group quite well. And just ended up connecting so well that I just stuck with it. And I did some other things in between because I got laid off twice. But you know, it's a wonderful profession. It's infuriating, maddening, crazy, and you know, when you get that who comes back to you and says, "Hey, I went to medical school because of you." I said, "Well, I'm your history teacher." "What do you mean?" He says, "Just because you told me that I could." And, you know, I about busted out crying right then. He came back to see me, you know, after he got into medical school just to tell me that. You know, and that's what teaching's all about for me, besides, you know, teaching critical thinking and how to be great citizens and all those types of things. The interpersonal relationships, you know, that's what keeps you going, you know, and it's that's the only thing I miss right now are my students. I don't miss anything else about it.
Well,
You know what? Hey, I got to jump in here really quickly
Yeah,
and say
absolutely.
that I was truly looking forward to this wonderful conversation about solving, some, like making some really interesting recommendations. But I got to tell you, I'm somebody who has ADD or whatever, and having the echo is not conducive to the conversation.
Right.
And from years of experience, when I've been excited about something and then I get disappointed, I disconnect.
Yep.
So is that echo
think-
gone? Because
It's because we can hear Madeline's chat through her.
I don't
stream
have a
device.
chat.
No, you're
I have-
listening to us, and it's giving feedback because you're not having headphones.
Now
I
it's
don't have headphones.
Okay.
I-
Okay,
Yeah, I don't
so
have
with all
headphones either.
that, all I have to say is I'm excited about this, and it's unfortunate, but it's not conducive to the real conversation here. So I'm a big supporter of the U.S. Solutions Summit. I'm tapping out because I know emotionally I've disconnected because I can't juggle this. So I want to say I will be back when the next time this happens, when the solutions are figured out for the tech. But for now, I bid you all adieu. Thanks again. Good luck with it.
Okay. Sorry about
Thanks.
that.
I'm sorry.
All I have to say is I'm
So
excited about this, and it's
we should have
unfortunate,
headphones.
but it's
Yeah,
not.
I don't know
He
why.
doesn't have headphones either. None of us does.
Which might be the case too. So I don't know, but it was picking up feedback somewhere.
Because
And
Steph didn't have, and I didn't have, and Jeff
anyway,
didn't have.
I mean, we
None
can
of us have.
continue. We can continue our chat here.
Yeah, let me plug in my headphones and see if that makes a difference. But
Yeah, if we can find headphones, that would be very helpful.
they're not the best in the world, but they should maybe make a difference. But
Yep.
okay, well, I still hear Steph.
And they and it might be Jeff possibly. So
These aren't the best ones. I wasn't prepared for this. These are the ones that were lying around.
and you have headphones in, right?
I can go and get the better ones, but because these
That's
are all
fine.
these are all kind of tangled, so that's hard to.
No, these aren't gonna work.
Anyway, if
I
you could,
unfortunately
if we could take turns muting real quick, that would be nice. You both have
Okay.
headphones in, and it's still a problem. So
These aren't the best ones.
It's not coming from us.
These are all kind of tangled, so that's hard to. All right, let me set. I'll say a couple of things because Jeff triggered a few ideas for me when he was talking about the satisfaction of having a student say that, that he went to medical school or she went to medical school because Jeff said something like that to him or her. And for me, since I teach political science, I find that in the very first days of that class, most of my students say they don't care about politics at all. They're only taking the class because it's a requirement, and they really don't have much interest. They think that politics is corrupt, politicians are corrupt, politicians lie. It's all a whole bunch of noise. They're not really interested in helping out the people. And when I get to the end of a class, or the end of a semester, and my students say, Professor Hoffman, you really got me excited about politics, I talk about it all the time, and my boyfriend doesn't recognize me anymore, or my girlfriend doesn't recognize me anymore, but I still love to talk about it. Or I put a news app on my cell phone. Um, you know, that's a lot of gratification right there, because the idea isn't to impart a specific set of facts and information. The idea is to spark an interest in something that will make a positive difference in my students' lives. And I think I said that without feedback. But now I don't hear you, Reef.
I'm
But I still
hearing
love to
feedback.
talk about it. Or I put a news
I'm
app
muted,
on
so
my
we should be we're back.
you know,
So anyway, I wanted to we've been talking about charter schools every time we've talked about stuff, and what's Jeff? Do you have any opinions on how that goes in your state?
Yeah, I guess I do. You know, I was on, of course, I was on Public Education Commission for 8 years, and that was one of our key focuses was charter schools. And then I ended up working at a charter school the last 3 years before I retired, and I did it for a couple of reasons, but also to really get into depth on them. I probably know more about them than most people do in the country. It's you know, you go into charter schools for a couple of reasons. You know, parents put their kids in them for, you know, their own reasons, but it's charter schools were established as a counter and as a way to get a wedge in to completely demolish public schools. Some people support them for maybe good reasons, you know, and the good reason would be if you're going to be involved in innovation and education, where traditional public schools don't allow for that innovation. And that's actually a truth, you know, but because parents put their kids in them for, you know, and they're I'm having a yeah. Yeah, it's so difficult. I'm really apologize to everybody out there. Sorry this happened. I don't, you know. Okay. Oh.
No, testing 1 2 1 2.
Forgot how much a delay there was, but sounds good so far.
I mean, I know you worked really hard to get this right. Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, there it is. S-
No,
You're good, man.
yes.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, are you having any problems right now with any kind of
Yeah. I said we figured out.
No.
let me see. Let me try to do one thing to
All right.
make sure you don't have a
I
problem.
texted Steph that we fixed it. I'm going to see if she'll come back or not, but I doubt she will now. Fingers crossed, everybody.
Okay, so what I need to know is what was everybody talking about? Just make sure the volume, if you're still monitoring the channel, just make the volumes off on that. No, that's to Dan. Dan is doing that. He's rebroadcasting.
Yeah, I've got the actual broadcast muted.
Okay, perfect.
We did the last intermission.
To be with you, only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, these city walls, only to be with you. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for, and I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the feeling in her fingertips, burn like fire. This burning desire. I have spoke the tongue of angels. I have held the hand of the devil. It was warm in the night. I was cold as a stone, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for, and I still haven't found what I'm looking for. There are the crowd coming on, got my flash on, it's true. Paint that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, watch glamorous, show what it means. This photo of us, it don't ever price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. Follow you until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be. Papa, paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind. I won't stop until that boy's mine. Baby, you'll be famous. Chase them down until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. backstage at your show, over ropes and guitars, 'cause you're my rock star in between the steps. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burnt, yet I'm dancing a turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops I cry. Don't ever cry. Loving you is cherry pie. So you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Papa, paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your papa, paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind. I won't stop until that boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous. Chase him down until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. That's some U2 and Lady Gaga for you. Once again, my name is Lily on the keys. Next up, I'm gonna play an original song for you. You see, I was sitting in my bedroom in Blacksburg, Virginia, only about a decade ago, a little bit longer. 2, 3 more songs. Perfect. So I was sitting in my room and I had a poster on the wall just like I have behind me here. So you can see it's a city skyline, Los Angeles. I think the poster I had at the time was of New York City. So shout out to all of you in New York. But I decided to write this song because I was getting ready to finish up school at Virginia Tech and was thinking about all the places I wanted to go and take my music all over the world. So I wrote this song and it's called City Dreams. It's kinda eerie, not knowing what's gonna happen. Look for your dreams and they might just come true. Continue the faith for what you believe in. What you wanna do, you wanna be, and where you go. Oh, 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 oh. City dreaming, city dreaming, city dreams. Wanna be in New York City. I wanna be in LA. Quiero estar en el sol de Miami, Miami. How about the capital, Washington, D.C.? City dreaming, city dreaming, city dreams. It's not easy, no, life's not easy. creating a perfect sound, a perfect image. Opportunities will appear in the fate. Stay true to yourself, and then you will find it, whatever you're looking for. Confidence in knowing what you want to reach your goal. I wanna be San Francisco. I wanna be in Chicago. Wanna be, today I am in San Diego. Really, I just wanna be in the city. I'm sitting dreaming, city dreaming, city dreaming. I said London, Paris, Amsterdam, Barcelona, Berlin, Zurich, Milano, Rome, Sierra Leone, anywhere you wanna go. Boston, Austin, Los Angeles, New York City, Philadelphia, District of Columbia, Atlanta, Miami. City dreaming, city. Take me on a trip out, go someday. Take me to New York, out, see LA. I really want to come kick it with you. You'll be my American boy, American boy. La-di-da-di, la-di-da. City dreaming, city dreaming, city dream. Dream on, dream on, dream on. Dream yourself a dream come true. Dream until your dreams come true. That was called City Dreams, and you can find it on YouTube under Lily Rose. Right, on to the next panel.
Are there crickets near one of you?
Yes, I'm sorry. I tried to spray them with water to quiet them down, but
no need. It's just I keep looking around, being like, "Where are the crickets in there?" I don't normally hear crickets.
It's relaxing at night.
I mean, it reminds me of growing up in Missouri. Actually, I grew up in Missouri. So that is exactly what it reminds me of.
So,
yeah,
sure. Welcome back to panel number 3 of the U.S. Solutions Summit. I'm Andy Kennedy, and we are going to speak to 3 fine gentlemen who were involved in races in politics and federal politics anyways. And I will start by introducing them, and we will look at the US map and go left to right for lack of something better to do. So first of all, from California, we have Shahid Buttar. He's a constitutional attorney, and a former Democratic candidate for California's 12th congressional district, and he ran in 2020. Also, we have Brent Welder. He's an injury attorney, and he is a former Democratic candidate for Kansas' 3rd congressional district, and he ran in 2018. And finally, we have Dan Whitfield. And now, Dan, are you're a soon-to-be student at the University of Arkansas?
Well, I just finished my associates, actually my 3rd associates, magna cum laude, and I will be transferring to the University of Arkansas this next semester. Yes, sir.
So you're soon to be student of University of Arkansas. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. And Dan ran, attempted to run as a independent candidate in Arkansas for Senate in 2020. But you are throwing your hat again into the ring for 2022, and you are going to run this time as a Democrat.
Yes, sir. I ran a great independent race. It was completely grassroots. We raised over $75,000 while fighting for ballot access against the GOP in our state. And I was just really proud to be able to say that 80% of our contributions were from small individual contributions of less than $200. We didn't take any corporate money, no PAC money, no political party money. But this time we'll be running against Senator John Bozeman as a Democrat.
That's great. That's awesome. Now, Brent, you were just telling me off air beforehand that you will consider running, but it is only if a certain member of your family doesn't run. Could you explain that, please?
Well, my wife is considering a run for Attorney General for the state of Kansas, and she is an incredible human being and good person who would be, if she decides to jump in, running against a very bad person. Chris Kobach is the most prominent Republican on the Republican side for this particular race. So I'm going to be, to the extent that she ends up jumping in, which I think she'll be making up her mind soon, I will be supporting her with everything I've got. And in addition to, getting to experience the other side of things, whereas she was the breadwinner and, had to fill in for me while I was campaigning at home. Now it looks like I'm going to have the opportunity to return the favor.
Well, that's excellent. I also heard this. I don't know it for sure, but somebody said that your wife could be described as a badass.
That is true.
Okay, good. I just wanted to verify that. And Shahid Buttar, I would like to know if now I hope you don't mind me asking, if you are considering another run in California.
I am actively exploring it, which is to say I'm in the phase of recruiting support in order to relaunch, and I am quite eager to finish what we started last year. I'm sure we'll get into it.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, well, this particular panel is titled Corporate Money in Politics Part 2. And the reason why we have a Part 2 is because of the 3 gentlemen that I have here that are all on this side of it, running against corporate money, and what their specific issues were and how they decided to combat it. The other thing that I would really like to know from these gentlemen is if they do it again or would do it again, if they would change anything. So let's get right into it, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Running a campaign, not taking corporate money. When I would suggest that specific criteria is probably the #1 way to determine if you're a corporate politician or a people politician. So I will, and based on my conversations with you previously, will assume that neither one of you, any of you, took any corporate money during your campaigns, right? So now, the other thing that I find interesting, and I'll start with you, Brent, because you ran in 2018, you ran pre-pandemic. So when you were out there and trying to raise some funds, what did you find was most effective for you?
Well, one thing that I'll also mention, because it seems to be pretty relevant to this discussion, is, we've all heard numerous candidates now take the no corporate PAC money pledge. It's even now, I think, not only several establishment Democrats, in addition to basically every progressive, but also I think even Ted Cruz recently took that pledge.
Was he in Cancun at the time?
Probably.
Oh, okay.
But I actually was the one that created that pledge. I was the first candidate to, and where it came from was, there was clearly a lot of candidates that had rejected all PAC money previously, but some of that didn't really make sense to me because, for instance, I'm the former national field director for the Teamsters Union. And labor unions have PACs, and I know exactly how those PACs are funded. Literally, dishwashers and truck drivers and, waiters put a couple bucks out of each paycheck and pool their money together to try to elect good progressive candidates that have the backs of workers. And so I was actually the first candidate to, and I also thought from a messaging perspective, it was important to have the word corporate in there so that people knew where so much of this bad money was coming from. Because I think voters, you say no PAC money. I think a lot of people don't necessarily really even know what that means. It just sounds kind of like a insider baseball type of term. And so I was the first candidate to make that pledge, and then soon followed by, in my discussions with Justice Democrats, I think they made it a part of their candidate pledge, and it really took off. And the way I raised money was, a little bit at a time from a lot of people, and trying to build a campaign of widespread support from around the district, around the state, around the country. And ultimately, we, I believe, had 25,000 people that either donated or volunteered on my campaign, which was a multiple candidate Democratic primary for one congressional district in the state of Kansas. Now, however, we were able to raise, I think, nearly $1 million doing it that way. And now, one unfortunate thing that ended up happening that we need to continue changing the laws and making, I think, illegal, is that because I was doing so well and was ahead in the polls and had a lot of momentum the last few weeks of the election, a couple of corporate PACs spent $1 million on TV against me in just the last few weeks, and I ended up going in the polls from about 10 or 15 ahead and ended up losing. Ultimately, the results came out the morning after Election Day by just a few points.
Wow, that's unfortunate. And that's the evil part of the corporate money that's in there, that they can just shift it to where they need it at a strategic time. Dan Whitfield, let's talk about your election with, or your attempt to, against a certain incumbent that that it ended up that you didn't just run against him, you ran against an entirely corrupt system.
Yeah, I attempted to run against Senator Tom Cotton as an independent, and as an independent for ballot access, you need 10,000 signatures. And unfortunately, as an independent, I had a fixed 90-day window, which just happened to be February 1st, 2020 to May 1st, 2020. And on March 13th is when the governor declared a state of emergency, which severely burned our ability to get signatures. So I had actually started a coalition with all the other independent candidates in Arkansas. We all came together. I drafted a letter. We all signed it. We sent it to the governor asking for some kind of relief, either to reduce the amount of signatures, to allow digital petitioning, or to extend the deadline, which other states had already granted for their candidates. And unfortunately, our governor ignored us, reached out to the Secretary of State. He ignored us. So I ended up suing the Secretary of State, whose defense counsel was Attorney General Leslie Rutledge. And that lawsuit, it took too long, unfortunately. We had filed our first appeal on July 9th, which was several months before the election, but the Attorney General's office had actually filed a motion to oppose our appeal or our expedite. And that motion was approved after Attorney General William Barr came to Arkansas and had a meeting with Tom Cotton and Leslie Rutledge. And then we finally just had our hearing on March 18th, just 3 months ago, and we're still actually waiting for the opinion from the Eighth Circuit courts. But it was quite a mess. And, you know, as an independent grassroots candidate, I was able to see firsthand the amount of pressure the GOP is willing to bring to a state's government to help their candidates in any way possible.
And I find it curious that we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that when you find this level of corruption, it really has an energizing effect on other people in the progressive sphere to encourage them to run.
Yeah, we have a wave of progressive Democrats like just coming out of nowhere basically here in Arkansas right now, running for a lot of these offices where we got to see the corruption, like Secretary of State, Attorney General, Governor, Lieutenant Governor. So we have, of course, it was really terrible what happened last year, but because of what happened, and then after our legislative session, just doing these amazingly, really far-right ideological partisan issues like banning abortion, banning transgender children from school sports, or obtaining medical care, allowing doctors to discriminate against their patients if it goes against their morals. Because of all these really crazy things that have been happening this last year, progressives, they're ready to run, and people here are ready for change. So I'm really hoping we can flip Arkansas blue in 2022, which some people may say, well, that's impossible. But one thing we really have going for us is we were actually ranked 50 out of 50 for voter turnout. And we have a lot of people that we can get to the polls if we can just get them excited enough to go.
Well, that's good news. And I'm really pleased that you've decided to run a second time. And you're going to take that experience and the name recognition, right, to the polls, which would more than help. That certainly we've seen exponentially the second time somebody runs, the chances of them winning go way up. So that's great news. Shahed Buttar, you had an interesting race in California. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. Yeah, that's an interesting choice of adjectives to describe it. So
I was trying to be nice.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I had the honor of being the only Democrat to this point to ever face the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, in a general election. We won more votes than any challenge to ever face her in the generation that she spent in Congress, 81,000 votes in November, in spite of a corporate media whiteout, a 15-to-1 fundraising deficit, and orchestrated racist election disinformation spread across the city's Democratic establishment. And yeah, I would say a couple of things here. When I look at the race, the bigger reflection of our momentum to me, even than our vote count, which exceeded the previous high watermark by about a third, the bigger reflection of our momentum to me is the policy victories that we forced on a Democratic establishment that was in no way supportive of, for instance, the Protecting Right to Organize Act, the biggest reform to labor rights in a generation, passed the House of Representatives in the last cycle, despite the opposition of the Speaker at the outset of the session. Same story on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Same story on funding the post office, holding a criminal president accountable, stopping a criminal president from starting a war in Iran. In each of those areas, we saw the Speaker of the House abandon her previous positions to essentially adopt, not entirely, but pieces of our platform. And that, to me, frankly, is a victory bigger than the seat. I think people focus on electoral politics often through the very myopic lens of a contest, but they're part of a process that includes the policy process, the post-election process. And when the policy shifts because of the challenges that we grassroots insurgents present to entrenched incumbents, those are victories, in some cases, bigger than electoral victories. And I'm very emboldened by that momentum and those victories, and eager to see whether we can finish the job of liberating the 12th congressional district seat in the next cycle.
No, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with that. And that's something that Bernie Sanders was trying to tell us with their slogan, "Not me, us." You know, it's people lose sight of that any real change that's happened in the world, not just the United States, comes from a grassroots movement. It comes from a swell of people that are willing to lose it all to get it back. And I think that that's huge.
If I may just add one thing there.
Yeah,
So
please.
The one opportunity I've ever had to exchange a word with Senator Sanders was at the AFL-CIO convention in Philadelphia in 2018. And I told him then a point that I think fits very well in our conversation here. He won that election in the meaningful sense. Even if he lost it at the polls, he won a generation. The entire discourse surrounding the the Biden administration now is, pardon me for the Freudian slip, it's apt. But the discourse surrounding its policy agenda is very sharply inflected by Bernie's agenda. If Bernie didn't run in 2016 and 2020, the policy landscape today would be profoundly different. And I would submit that the not me, us movement, we might have been kneecapped at the polls through the same kind of, election undermining tactics, not dissimilar from what I encountered in our race here. And setting aside the legitimacy of the election contests themselves, the fact that we are now talking about Medicare for all, the fact that there are bills introduced in the House that would be transformative with respect to climate justice, that is a mark of the legacy of his campaigns. And I'd even, frankly, give that credit to the Occupy movement and the Wisconsin uprising and all of the Americans from all the generations that have been active over the last many years to force this moment. But just to draw and make very clear the influence of campaigns that might not be tactically successful on election day can be profound and often unobserved.
Absolutely. I agree with that completely. Now, more specifically with your race, when you were running, of course, during the COVID pandemic, and a lot of that time was right when it was new and people were, scared to death of what was actually occurring to them and locked in their homes. How did you raise money while you were campaigning?
So by the time the COVID hit, we had just won the top 2 primary here. So we had a pretty established base. It grew very substantially from there. I've had the bizarre experience over the course of the last year of both becoming, within some pocket of the universe, somewhat recognized, and then being smeared, over the course. And so now we're coming back to life and everyone's emerging from their houses. And I've gone through this bizarre arc over the last year. Right. A really critical component for us of the recipe from last year. And we raised $1.6 million. And I want to really underscore and echo a piece that Brent shared, which is low dollar contributions from a vast number of people. 30,000 people supported our campaign from every state in the union, every part of California, every neighborhood in San Francisco. We have a map showing the places where we won votes, and it's literally like every precinct in the city. And, I think that was a result ultimately of the coalition that we built, the activism on the ground that we maintained. And, when COVID hit, it shifted because it went from a lot of, for instance, street protests and community meetings and discussions to a lot more online engagement, a lot more mutual aid, and a lot more phone-based outreach for the voter outreach field program. But we just shifted and tried to stay nimble. I will say that the pandemic created the biggest challenge that presented was simply that it knocked in the working class on its ass. I mean, how are we, when you're raising small dollar amounts from people who are themselves in crisis under the conditions that the pandemic imposed, particularly because we didn't make the sensible, sane policy decision to pay people to stay at home and let people see a doctor if they needed it, people were strapped and forced to the wall. I think a lot of people, if the health challenges of the last year weren't severe enough, the financial challenges were, even more broadly felt. And I do think that if we didn't have that economic constraint of just from last year, we'd see even frankly more encouraging results. And I do think that the lesson to draw away from the last several cycles is that we, the people, can fight the corporations on a level playing field. We don't have to, and the key is for us all to step in to whatever extent we can. I'm most humbled when I speak to supporters, to the folks who are kicking in $1 a month, because that indicates to me that they care, and also that they might be constrained. And when people, that goes a lot further than you might think when you have thousands of people doing it. And if we can each embody that civic consciousness to participate to the extent that we can, we together are much stronger than the sum of the parts.
Right, exactly. Now, Brent, I want to ask you again about your 2018 race. When you were running, and not necessarily because you were pre-pandemic, how did you find? What were your best methods of trying to raise money?
Well, two ways, but the early way was good old fashioned telephone calls. Frankly, it was a comment, and what I mean by that is, you know, and one message I would like to send out to the progressive community is that no matter how good your ideas are, no matter what you do in your campaign, nothing I think can beat the power of just good old fashioned really hard work. And so I knew that, you know, I had never run for office before. I had been an organizer. I had helped organize on several campaigns. And so I just sat down and started calling literally every single person that I knew, telling them I was going to run and asking them for support, whether it was volunteering or a donation. And my strategy was to try to raise enough money in the first quarter that then I could kind of start getting on the radar of some of these more national progressive groups. And that's exactly what happened. We raised a pretty good amount of money in that first quarter, just from literally mostly just friends and family and you know, people that I met along the way in those first few months. And then we started getting attention as a campaign that you know, had a good possibility of having a progressive defeat an incumbent right-wing Republican in the state of Kansas. And once we started getting, you know, the notoriety or the attention kind of starts to build on itself exponentially. And then, you know, every day, every week, every month, every quarter after that, it just built on itself and built on itself until, you know, it really ultimately educated people about our race, about the importance of it, about what we were trying to do here. And like Shahid said, I mean, it came down to 25,000 people contributing any way they possibly could, whether it was a small dollar donation or knocking doors or making phone calls. That's what it ended up coming down to.
That's great. That's wonderful. Dan, I'd like to ask you the next question. How important to you is it to be involved, you know, civically in your community in terms of maybe volunteering, before you're going to run, in terms of getting your name and your community out?
So it's, of course, really important to get out into the community and to be talking to people, seeing how you can best help them, and different ways that you can actually help benefit these communities in the legislative process. And especially at the federal level, it's really important because we have a lot of people who are struggling with healthcare and education. And when we have representatives like Senator Tom Cotton, who are actually actively working to cut federal funding for Arkansas schools, it's been a really big deal. But as far as, you know, getting out into the community, I think it's a really great way to get in touch with people, to learn on how you can represent them, because I just don't feel like our representatives actually listen to us or represent us because they don't know what we want. So that's one thing I really want to do, is actually be a representative to the people through like a more direct democracy style platform. Which is why I've actually come up with this idea where I will actually be submitting 12 citizen created bills per year, rather than 12 corporate lobbyist bills per year like most congressmen. And I've already had 3 different bills submitted to me that are just so amazing. They really deserve to be brought in front of our Congress, and I hope that I will get the chance to do that. And one of those bills would actually be identifying the KKK as a domestic terrorist organization, because the KKK is really big here in Arkansas. Their headquarters is here in Arkansas, and every year when they have their gathering, their meeting, we actually have Klan members from all across the country come here to our little towns and stir up trouble. I actually was able to interview one of these Klan members from Maryland last year when I was at a BLM protest in Harrison. And I mean, just some of the things, it was a really difficult conversation. I'll have to share it with you on my YouTube.
Ooh, that's amazing. Listen, next question for Shahid. When you are running in a race with a high profile incumbent like you did, it would seem to me, now correct me if I'm wrong, but the appearance at least was that her campaign basically just ignored yours.
That's right.
And how do you combat that?
Right. So to some extent, when we run, there bets on a process. And one of the key parts of the process is the press. And historically, you would think in a democracy that when incumbents, for instance, duck debates, not once, not twice, but for 30 years, then in a proud democracy with a free press, someone in the press might cover that. And I was frankly grateful to see a front page story in the San Francisco Chronicle above the fold about Pelosi ignoring calls for a debate exactly 1 week before the character assassination began. And I do think that the media holding accountable incumbents for refusing to debate is a critical aspect here. I want to particularly underscore the value and the role of not we candidates, but rather supporters, viewers, audience members, people who are activists in their own respective communities, or people who are not. Even if you're just like an armchair interested person, you can play a crucial role with respect to encouraging media accountability, particularly in the age of the internet, because beyond the traditional mechanisms, say of like letters to the editor or op-eds, there are also available any number of social media based channels. Twitter comes to mind as a place where journalists frequent and are often responding to concerns and criticism, and for constituents to articulate their concerns either in policy or with respect to coverage or the lack of it, can play a crucial role in holding media accountable to meaningfully serve our democracy. Another way that you work around it, this is what we did once the pandemic really set in earnest. I was very grateful for the support of a volunteer, skilled engineer who had built a street legal art car, formerly known as the Bernie van, that got rebranded as the Shahid van. And we rode a Mercedes Sprinter van all over San Francisco during the pandemic. People are at home, and we basically had a sound system on the van. And we just took it to parks and neighborhoods all over the city for several months. And finding creative ways to reach people where they are at, whether that's on an online platform that might be a new space where your constituents are congregating, or quite literally where they are at in physical real space. I do think that with the pandemic hopefully entering a different phase, and our society, I don't know, I want to say returning to normal, because normal is unacceptable, especially when people were dying from not having insulin, for instance, but returning to some semblance of where we can interact in public safely. I do think that there's opportunities, many, for us to be very active and present on the ground. Earlier this afternoon, I was just at a Palestine solidarity rally, marching from the Mission District to Civic Center, and simply being present in spaces where people, particularly where people are expressing their concerns, I think is really important. I want to just reinforce something Dan said, which I think escapes a lot of people as they look at the political process. People can't represent you if they don't hear from you. And if they don't open the door for you, they don't even care about representing you. And similar, the reciprocal sort of corollary to that is if you're not banging on the door and beating it down, there's a missed opportunity as well. And so for us as candidates who are aligned with our communities in the future and social movements, we keep the door open and actively try to walk through it and connect and learn the concerns of the people that we aim to represent. And I just want to invite everybody who feels unrepresented to bang that door down.
Absolutely. I always said that, I'm not telling tales by saying how tribalized the United States is in the two-party duopoly system right now, to the point where people are they've closed their minds to new opinions and new ideas. Wouldn't it be nice if you could relate even Republican to Democrat about things like, oh, maybe I don't want to go into medical debt. Maybe I can't pay off my student loans. Maybe a more just society helps everyone, not just one party or another, right?
There are places that the two sides converge. And this, I live in a somewhat, I think, different landscape here because San Francisco is so heavily blue. It's centrist blue, but, our Republican Party is somewhat marginal. And so I think that to some extent, both Brent and Dan have more relevant perspectives here, but having grown up in Missouri and spent 10 years in Chicago, I would say that I do think the right and the left agree on a couple things. One, the government is corrupt. We have different prescriptions for that, but that's a point of commonality. Two, Wall Street is corrupt. We also have different prescriptions there, but it's a point of togetherness. Three, I think a lot of more on the libertarian side than the right-wing side, but many libertarians at least see our military industrial complex as a gateway to corruption. And these are points of commonality. The drug war is a point where many of them, even if they're not prison abolitionists and police abolitionists, can recognize the untenability of a system that is dedicated to predation. And those are connection points. We should always, as a movement, look for opportunities to form consensus, even if those are ephemeral opportunities with unholy bedfellows, because in that consensus, however limited and however shortly lived it might be, those are opportunities for us to secure gains in policy and actually change the material conditions and the outcomes of our communities on the ground.
Yes, absolutely. We get people starting to understand that the position they're in and that things can be better, that you don't have to settle for this horrible existence that's currently gripping the everyone from the working class down in the United States right now. That's a very valid point. So moving forward, gentlemen, how do you do that education process when you're running? Brent?
You know, I think there's something that doesn't get done quite enough, and it's one of the things that I always suggest to any candidate who calls me for any advice when they're going to run, and I say, figure out what you're for, and then say it. Which sounds very, very simple, but it literally almost never gets done. In fact, even sometimes you'll see an establishment candidate who has the reputation of doing that, but in fact, it's all just kind of a shtick, right? Sure. I mean, because I'm very jaded about the American political system in a lot of ways, but I still to this day believe that a lot of even establishment Democratic Party politicians deep down inside believe a number of the things that the progressive community is fighting for, but that they just lack the courage to actually say what they believe. And I found that when I did that, people found it to be refreshing. People found it to be persuasive. It made it easier for me to be persuasive because I was actually just saying the things that I had already thought through and fought for as an activist for years. That would be that's the number one piece of advice that I give to candidates when they give me a call. And I think I know that the other gentlemen here on the panel have a history of doing that, and in general, I think progressives do that pretty well. But I think every candidate for office would be it would be a good thing for them to remember that in and of itself is a big step forward for a race.
Absolutely. Dan, final question for you. If you were to get in, if you're to win and get into the Senate, what's the path forward? Is there anything that you can do about corporate money right now? Or has the Supreme Court been so conservativized, if that's not a word, that you really, it's up to the people and we can't rely on the government to get rid of corporate power that way?
I mean, it's really, really hard because unfortunately, the majority of our legislators, the people who would have to vote to do something like overturning Citizens United, are taking money from these very same corporations. And like you said, our Supreme Court is just so conservative. It's just hard to see like anything like that ever being done. But all we can do is we can keep talking about the corruption and use numbers, use statistics, let people know 86% of the time the person with more money gets elected, whether they're a good person, a bad person, whether they support one thing or another. If they have more money, they're going to win. Things like that, they have to change, because as long as that's an issue, we're never going to have representatives that actually listen to us and represent us. We're only going to have representatives that listen to their special interest donors and represent them. So how do we fix that? Man, Bernie Sanders, he's the reason I ran. He was inspirational to me. And he said something in a speech. He said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to rise up and we're going to run for office by the millions. And I really believe that this progressive wave is going to do just that. And that's the only way we're going to have real change, is when we have regular working class people like you and me just say, you know what, enough's enough. I'm going to run for office.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to thank these three gentlemen. Please, please help if you can out Mr. Dan Whitfield in Arkansas, Shahid Shahid, if you decide to run again, I'm hoping that that you do, because I absolutely love your politics. I have for a while, and I think all three gentlemen, if you get the opportunity, you know, the U.S. would just certainly be so much better off, more like-minded people like yourselves. If you're following these guys, you can find them on Twitter at Dan Witt Congress. That's WHIT Congress, and Shahid for Change, and Brent Welder. Wonderful conversation, guys. Thank you so much. It was a really great 45 minutes. I appreciate it.
And thank
My
you
honor
so
to be
much,
with you.
Andy, for moderating this panel. I really appreciate it. Thanks for inviting me.
No problem.
Great work to each of you, Dan and Brent. Keep it up. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, everybody, we're sorry we don't know where our musical intermission is this time, but we're going to move on to our next panel. Here we have Howie Hawkins from the Green Party candidate of 2020 and Christina Tobin from the Free and Equal Elections Foundation. Mark Charles will also be joining us later, but we are going to talk about the importance of running as an independent candidate. We're going to talk about all that stuff, but first I want you to introduce yourself. Howie, you want to go first?
Sure. I've been a political activist and organizer since the 1960s. Civil rights, anti-war, labor, the environment, helped form the Green Party in 1984. Made my living as a Teamster. I'm retired now, living in Syracuse, New York. And as you mentioned, the Green Party nominated me to run for president in 2020.
Okay. All right, Christina.
Thanks for having me, Shane. Thanks to you and your team for putting this on. Howie, so cool to see you again. Kind of personally one of my favorite candidates, parties aside, as an individual. I'm the founder of Free and Equal Elections, and our mission is to broaden the electoral choices through education, direct positive action. So we're a 501c3 nonprofit, and we spearhead 5 key projects, which is our presidential debates, annual electoral reform symposiums, our United We Stand festivals, now our Free and Equal TV launched, how you're going to get invite to be on that in the near future, and our blockchain voting app. So we're really at the forefront of creating an independent candidates movement. So that's what Free and Equal is about.
Definitely. So, Howie, why did you run with the Green Party? And Christina, why did you form the Free and Equal Elections Foundation? Let's start with Howie, and then we'll go into you, and then let's go ahead.
Well, I ran with the Green Party. I helped start the Green Party because we need something besides a two-party duopoly that is bought and paid for by big business and the big banksters. So that's why we're in it. Now, we have a platform that is more popular than what Trump and Biden ran on. I was for Medicare for all, they were opposed. I was for the Green New Deal. In fact, I was the first candidate in this country to run on it in 2010. They were opposed. I was calling for student debt relief. Trump was opposed. Biden made a bunch of promises he's broken. What else? Deep cuts in military spending and redirecting those funds to social and environmental protections. All those things, if you look at public opinion polls, had majority support. And Biden and Trump were opposed. So that's why we run, to put issues on the table that are neglected. That's been the role of third parties throughout our history, from the time of the Liberty Party to abolish slavery, when the Whigs and the Democrats didn't even want to touch the issue. So we don't have to win to change the debate. Everybody's talking about the Green New Deal now, and they watered it down, and we're not satisfied, but that's how we make a difference. So that's probably the biggest reason. We also are able to recruit members by running independent, because they get involved in an organization. And in the case of running for president, in a lot of states, the presidential vote determines whether you have a ballot line going forward, which makes it a lot easier if you do to run candidates down ballot for city council, town board, county legislature, state legislature, and the House of Representatives.
Definitely. And Christina, why did you start the Free and Equal Elections Foundation, and when did you start it?
I mean, really to help support candidates like Howie Hawkins and Mark Charles, and beyond our presidential debates, they were 2 of 18 candidates in our first of 3 debates last year. And we're really known for our debates, but gosh, when I was 13, even 17 years of age, I could see that there would come a day that our nation would be so divided, seemingly divided, which is where we are right now. We're in that pivotal course of history. And I knew that there would need to be an idea movement that's bigger than any one person to unite individuals across the political spectrum. So all for more voices and more choices, that is our slogan. And we do have a long-term solution-based direction to bring about essentially an idea movement that will replace candidates in office that just simply aren't serving our best interests, like the ones that Howie, or the individuals that Howie just mentioned. They're serving big money, following the money, the Federal Reserve note, corruption. And those aren't the kind of candidates that we're going to have in office in the future. And Free and Equal is at the forefront of achieving that by working with many other like-minded individuals, thought leaders, and candidates like Howie and so many more.
Definitely. Now I want to have the two of you talk a little bit together about why you think that it's important to have more choices and all of that. So why don't you guys converse for a little while?
Well, I'll start. We got a big problem in this country. We have winner take all elections from single member districts. So 95% of the elections are not competitive, which means the politicians gerrymander districts so they're safe. And while one party might get partisan bias to benefit them overall, they pack the other party's voters into their districts. So those are safe districts for the minor party or the minority party as well. So if you're a Democrat in a Republican district, or a Republican in a Democratic district, or a Green or Libertarian in almost any district, you don't get represented. The winner takes all, which means we have a two-party system. The answer to that is proportional representation. Ranked choice voting from multi-member districts. It's called the single transferable vote in Europe. That way, every party gets its fair and proportional share of representation and power. What we have now is a system designed to keep the duopoly in power. And then when you come to single seat races, like running for president, it's winner take all. You got the spoiler problem. You know, progressives preferred what I was talking about, but they voted for a neoliberal imperialist like Joe Biden because Trump was even much worse. They don't get to vote for what they want because they have to vote against what they fear most. So I think that's the first thing we got to do. And the good thing is we got 5 more cities in the state of Alaska to adopt ranked choice voting in the last election. And since that election, Burlington, Vermont, Austin, Texas, and 23 cities and towns in Utah, including Salt Lake City, are going to ranked choice voting. This is a reform we can win. And particularly if it's proportional ranked choice voting for legislative bodies, it's a game changer.
Definitely. Christina, what do you think?
I think I totally agree with Howie. He's addressed several of the many different flaws of the electoral system, and those are some key ones for sure. The fact that we lack alternative voting methods, the fact that we have singular vote, which is the worst type of voting method we could possibly have. Anything else is better. And when it comes to the electoral system, you can look at the restrictive ballot access barriers. That's where where I started to really get into the electoral arena when I was 17, and in the deep heart of the Chicago Board of Elections, seeing the corruption from within of how the board would wrongfully use taxpayers' dollars and employees, for that matter, government employees, to wrongfully knock candidates off the ballot and so on. To proportional representation, 85, maybe over 100 countries now, I think, Howie, have proportional representation. Why don't we have it? The voting machines, I mean, the fact that we can't use the D word and the Dominion and, and so on social media, and people get censored, says a lot, is my understanding. So the power is really, it comes down to these people in office that are puppet strings, and they don't represent us, Democrats and Republicans alike. So I like to focus on the reform. I love what instant runoff voting is doing. Fairvote.org has been definitely a leader in that amongst many different organizations. I love that we have approval voting. The Center for Election Science is doing just any kind of alternative voting methods. And the reason why we have these flaws in the electoral system is pretty simple. It's what keeps getting the Democrats and Republicans elected over and over again. So it's awesome and great that IRV is being pushed through, but there's still so much resistance behind the scenes, and it really should be in all 50 states like that. And when we replace these Democrats and Republicans alike, starting with the congressional races, 22 and so on, we're going to just see all these sort of reforms automatically fall into place. I see that coming.
Definitely. Now, when it comes to different types of voting, what do both of you think about ranked choice voting? I know now New York City wants to use it in their mayoral race, but only during the primaries. They don't want to use it during the general election. So what are your thoughts? What are both of your thoughts on that?
Well, that's a partisan bill they passed in New York City. The Greens don't get access to ranked choice voting in the fall. It's only for the major parties that are having primaries. And look, it's not surprising. 14 of the 15 charter revision members were appointed by Democrats. They have one token Republican. 48 of the 51 city councilors in New York City are Democrats. And every citywide official elected is a Democrat. So they set up ranked choice voting for themselves and left everybody else out who's not a Democrat or Republican. I mean, that's partisan bias. And there are not many Republicans in New York City. They're about 12% of the enrolled voters, which means the Greens in a mayoral election, we'd probably come in second. But, you know, it's hard to get on the ballot. There are other barriers to getting in. We're not running somebody this year, but that's what the Democrats are afraid of, because those issues I mentioned earlier that Biden was opposed to, Democrats know they're popular and they know the Greens stand for it. So this is a very biased law in New York City. Now, as far as the Democratic primary goes, it's good for that because they've had polls. The two leading candidates, one of them, or each of them broke 20% one time. Right now, they're both in the high teens. If you had the old system of a runoff, you'd have two candidates who scored in the high teens, who may be not the most supported candidates across the city. With ranked choice voting, all of the candidates, and there are about 8 that are getting, you know, are major candidates, serious candidates. You're going to get the most preferred candidate among the Democratic voters out of this primary, which is good. The shame is the rest of us can't use it because the Democrats are afraid of competition in the general election.
Definitely. Christina, what do you think about that?
Well, they're afraid of competition in the general election, or they're just constantly blocking it. Same difference. So yeah, I agree with everything that Howie has to say, and I am a huge supporter of alternative voting methods. In fact, we actually are holding our annual now United We Stand Festival here in Cambria, California, Independence Day weekend, July 3rd, 4th. And it goes into a bigger vision into 2024, which will be implementing our blockchain election assistant voting app into a presidential debate tour. You heard me, Howie. You think 3 stops is a lot last year. We're going to go up to 10 stops in 2024. So the United We Stand Festival, having thought leaders and artists and conscious individuals speaking, intellectuals like Howie, I'd love to have you out there if you are able to come in person. But to have these conversations that bring about solutions, the festival will be presenting every stop of the presidential debate tour in 2024. And we will also have our blockchain voting app. So that's what's going to implement the instant runoff voting, ranked choice voting into that app. So people can vote through the app who's going to be in the first round, second, third round of debates, kind of an American Idol style. And I'll be co-moderating with thought leaders and celebrities and so on. So I'm a huge, huge advocate for, and I think I would say most Americans would be, for any sort of better voting system, and definitely an advocate against, or more so maybe not being in support, that is, of the worst voting system that we have right now, a singular vote. So yeah, what Howie mentioned is just another act of selfishness. Both Democrats and Republicans, they've rigged the system. They've intentionally left independents out in the cold. Shame on all of them across the board, almost all of them. I think the rare exception might be like Thomas Massey, a congressman. I can't think of really anyone else offhand that I would vote for. That says a lot. So yeah, their self-interest, the fact that they're implementing it before the primary for themselves, they recognize it as a better voting method. But of course, they don't want to open that up to parties like the Green Party, Libertarian Constitution, and so on, because they're against more voices and more choices.
Definitely, that's definitely okay. So in addition to that, how you ran in the Green primary, how did the Green primary operate? Did you guys use ranked choice voting at all in that primary?
Yeah, most states use ranked choice, or they just took a single vote and then allocated proportionally the delegates to each candidate. Where we used ranked choice, same way 5 states did in the Democratic primaries. Like in New York, we had a 15% threshold. So we tallied the ranked choices until everybody below 15% was eliminated. So that gave a proportional outcome to allocate delegates. A couple states did approval voting, and I think it was a mess. First of all, the people running them couldn't explain to me how it was going to work. And then one of our supporters in one of the states figured out, well, you should vote strategically. You just approve the candidate you're for, not everybody you think is okay. So you can't rank your preferences in approval voting, and you can game the system. And then the counts were very different in those 2 states. The math was different. People really didn't understand it, whereas ranked choice voting is pretty easy to understand. So we had 47 different primaries. and they weren't like bunched together like the Democrats and Republicans. So like every week or, every weekend I had to deal with a few primaries. We do Zoom calls during COVID. It was a gauntlet. I mean, they ran from February to June, but it wasn't like, you had a particular Tuesday or Saturday where several states had a primary. It was just each state picking their own day. So it was very difficult, complicated, but that's what we did.
Definitely. So now that we've come up with what the problems are, we're going to figure out, I think, what some of the solutions are. So now that we've identified the problems, what do you think that some of the solutions could be in this scenario? Do you think ranked choice voting is something we need to look at and in regards to fixing this, or do you think more inclusive debates as the Free and Equal Elections Foundation does, or do you think it's a combination of different things? What do you think?
I think it's a combination. Go ahead, Christina.
Yes, a combination. I would say whatever the issue is. I mean, we've gone through this whole, marijuana and now the government overtaking that. I can see in the marijuana industry that happening and not good to a certain extent, though legalization is great. Decriminalization, you have prison system, pharmaceutical industry, what's going on with the vaccine, whatever issue it is in the world that you are wanting to make better. I can tell you that the root of the problem, why we have these problems, said it many times, and I'll say it again for the rest of my life, is having the wrong people in office. There's people in office that are allowing these laws, a flawed judicial system. I mean, you can't trust the judicial system because they're appointed by the D's and R's. So until and when we replace them alike across the spectrum, that's when we're going to find that we're going to stop fighting against an old paradigm. All this fighting that we're doing, yes, it's playing a role, it's important, but gosh, Howie, I don't know about you. I'm all about going into evolution and technology and not only having a blockchain ledger that can see what's real and what's not real, as in the kind of candidates that people are, going to want to. I see people running that are not necessarily seeking to run for office, but are asked by their community to run for office. I see that happening through our platform, Free and Equal Elections, and all the many organizations we're bringing together. But also I see when these individuals, when we shine a light through the blockchain voting ledger, we're going to be able to do that not only beyond elections, but into technology as well, because that's another issue coming down the road very quickly, or already here for that matter. So definitely a combination of things. Do we need alternative voting methods? Absolutely. Presidential debates, I mean, Ralph Nader, that's when I met you, Howie, back in 08, that brief little moment I was in the ground, much younger in New York doing a petition turn-in, and you were just such an expert in helping guide me with that on the ground, knowing New York laws better than anyone. But what I learned from Ralph Nader and what he told me was that the most powerful tool the two-party system uses to create this false illusion that there's only two parties is the Commission on Presidential Debates. So that was really a spark, that moment, hearing that from Ralph Nader in 08. And so, yes, that's one of many tools, might arguably be one of the more powerful ones, but it just depends. There's a lot of powerful tools across the board. And I'm happy to be playing my role and my duty, whatever I can do to make our nation a better way. And I hope I can inspire most, if not almost every other American to do the same as well.
Yeah, I would say there are 4 areas we got to have reform. One is open debates. That should be linked to public campaign financing. If you get public money, you got to go to the debate. And the Democrats have a proposal in the For the People Act, HR 1, S1, it's getting a lot of attention. They provide public funding. They say nothing about this debate farce, because the Commission on Presidential Debates is a private corporation jointly owned by the Democrats and Republicans. And it's designed to exclude anybody else. It's a farce in a so-called democracy. We talk about, state managed elections and say Russia. We got corporate managed elections here, and the two parties are bought and paid for by the corporation. So that's how we get open debates. We link it to public campaign financing. Of course, the Greens are critical. The thresholds to qualify are more than we can qualify, whereas we can qualify now for the primary matching funds and the presidential thing. There are a lot of good things in HR 1 in terms of voting rights, but the fact that they did nothing about debates Just tells you, where the Democrats are really coming from. So that's one. We need a federal standard for fair ballot access. John Conyers used to introduce a good piece of legislation called the Fair Ballot. Oh, wait. Anyway, you can look it up. It was in the late 1890s, 1980s, and 1990s. And it set a reasonable standard for ballot access. You want to run as an independent or a new party candidate for Congress? In many states, it's thousands or tens of thousands of signatures. In Georgia, it's 20,000, over 20,000. In Illinois, it's over 15,000. Indiana, it's over 40,000. This is ridiculous. You want to run as an independent for the House of Commons in the UK, it's 10 signatures. For Parliament in New Zealand, it's 2 signatures. For the House of Representatives in Australia, it's 50 signatures. For Parliament in Canada, it's 100 signatures. And here it's thousands or tens of thousands. It makes a farce of our democracy. If you can't have candidates on the ballot to have more choices, I mean, what kind of game are we playing here? So we need a federal law. That old Conyers bill should be the model. And then, yes, we need ranked choice voting. And there is a bill called the Fair Representation Act that Don Beyer of Virginia, Jamie Raskin of Maryland, and others have introduced that would require states to have multi-member districts electing the House by ranked choice voting so you get proportional representation. And then, of course, the presidential thing. We got this crazy electoral college where the loser, like Donald Trump, ends up winning. He almost won again in 2020. If a little over 23,000 votes in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia had flipped from Biden to Trump, that would have been a 269 tie in the electoral college. Under the 12th Amendment to the Constitution, it'd be a one state, one vote election in the House, and the Republicans had a majority of 26 of those delegations. So Trump still almost won, even though he lost by 4.1% of the popular vote, 7.1 million votes. So getting rid of the electoral college requires a constitutional amendment, or at least that's one way. And then you could replace it with a ranked choice national popular vote. Now there is discussion now among the National Popular Vote Initiative Compact, where states have pledged to give their electoral votes to the popular vote winner. And when they get to 270 electoral votes, it'll go into legal force. Now people are trying to integrate ranked choice voting into that. Rob Ritchie, who was the leader of Fair Vote that Christina was talking about, has an article coming out in the Harvard Law and Policy Review about how to do this. Congress could do it by an act of Congress. And in the meantime, states could have a ranked choice voting compact and integrate that into the National Popular Vote Initiative. And that's like a 60, 70 page law review article if you really want to get into the weeds.
Cut to break real quick. Mark is going to join us and we will be right back. We're back with Mark Charles. Mark, would you care to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you so much. So Mark Charles Yunish, Sinbake Dinanishla, the Tohiglini Basichin, Sinbake Dinadasa Chedra to the Chini Dashanala. In our Navajo culture, when we introduce ourselves, we always give our 4 clans. So my mother's mother is American of Dutch heritage. That's why I say Sinbake Dinea. My second clan, my father's mother, is Tohiglini, the waters that flow together. My third clan, my mother's father, is also Sinbake Dinea, which translated means I'm from the wooden shoe people. And then my fourth clan, my father's father, is Totochitni, which is the Bitterwater clan. I also just want to acknowledge I'm speaking to you from Piscataway lands. I live with my family in Washington, D.C., and these are lands traditionally inhabited by the Piscataway, and I want to honor the Piscataway as the host people of these lands, and I want to thank them publicly for their stewardship of these lands.
Thank you, Mark. We were just talking about the importance of running as an independent candidate, ways to fix voting reform, things like ranked choice voting, more open debates, all kinds of things like that. So we're going to go through that for a little bit longer, and then we're going to go on to topic 2. So Mark, do you have any thoughts on that before we go to topic 2?
Yeah, has anyone have you either of you talked about the For the People Act and how that actually is very hurtful to independent and third party candidates?
We're just getting to that.
A little bit. You could say more if you want.
Yeah, so one of the things, I mean, you know, in the 1970 voter reform bill, there was a provision in there that allowed national parties to donate 2 cents for every age eligible voter in the country. So in 2020, there were 239 million people, which meant approximately they could give about $5 million to their 2 candidates, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So we've been hearing all this hubbub about how the Republicans are passing these restrictive voting laws in states like Georgia and other places, and the Democrats are going to come and save it with their For the People Act. But if you read the For the People Act, they actually have an amendment to that ruling. And that their amendment states that now, once this act gets passed, national parties can donate or give for the expenditure up to $100 million to their general election candidates. So the thing we have to remember about democracy in the US is, yes, Republicans hate voters, right? They have a very white supremacist and sexist and racist platform. They're not growing very much. But they have a very committed base. And so the less people who vote, the better it's for the Republicans. So they're restricting voters. The Democrats have a much more diverse base, but they keep on nominating white landowning men from the 1%. And so to keep their base from wandering, they want less candidates. And so the Democrats hate competition. They hate third-party independent candidates. And so while the Republicans are doing everything they can to restrict voting, the Democrats, while they're addressing some of the Republicans' issues, which is good, are actually reinforcing their own advantage over third-party independent candidates by what they did in the For the People Act, which is really, it increases the amount they can give from $5 million to $100 million to their general election candidates. And on top of that, I mean, even if we look back at the last race, right, Joe Biden, he raised in his committee, raised $1.051 billion. So already, clearly, they have a huge advantage over third-party independent candidates. I think Joe Jurgensen probably raised the most of any of us, and she raised 4 or 5 million, maybe. The 2 independents who had the most money, Kanye West and I can't remember the other guy. Anyway, they're both billionaires, so they have all their own money anyway. But they just increased that advantage that the 2 parties have over independent candidates by $95 million.
Christina, what was that there?
I said the other individual was Brock Pierce.
Brock Pierce, thank you so much. I couldn't remember his name off the top of my head. But so anyway, I just want to point out the Democrats are not the saviors of our democracy. We all know that on this call, but for anyone who's watching, just in case you were under the illusion that they were the good guys in this whole scenario, that's not true.
Definitely. All right. So Howie, Christina, do you have any thoughts on that, or do we want to move to topic 2 where we talk about the mistreatment of the First Nation?
I just, I agree with Mark Charles. I've seen it being in the initiative or petition side for a decade before starting Free and Equal, I think 13 years ago now it's been. But, they make these rules, these D's and R's, right, Mark? When it's kind of like this one big party and we're not invited to the party for sure.
Yeah.
And Dr. Ron Paul, as you said, it's a business, they're friends behind the scenes. And so all these rules that they make, even on the ballot access side, it's like as soon as a libertarian or a green or an independent doesn't abide by the rules, doesn't turn in a form, doesn't sign it in. Texas, there's a whole example of that, another story. But they're not on the ballot. But D's and R's, if they miss a deadline, they're just always still on the ballot. So it's just the correlation between that and what you're speaking about, Charles. It's just these constant rules. I know there's been a huge pushback on initiatives now. I just interviewed Richard Winger on Free and Equal TV last week, and his heart is just like sinking with the initiative pushback in Florida being crushed. And I don't know if you're aware of that. So it's just like these two parties it's like all they know what to do is disrupt and create divide and chaos because they are like the disease of the system, and this is how they keep feeding that disease by creating this intentional chaos. So yeah, I'm definitely with you on everything you say, Mark, and Howie as well.
And what's interesting though is I've called this out on social media. I've tweeted it. I've done live streams about it. The press doesn't touch it, right? They don't touch it at all. Their whole narrative is the Democrats are saving the day with their For the People Act and won't touch at all this issue about how much money they can now give to their candidate over and above. And yeah, there's a lot else we can go on there, but I think that's what's also really fascinating is how the press really works pretty much in step with the two parties to keep the narrative going.
Definitely. Now we're gonna have to move on to topic 2. So let's talk a little bit about the mistreatment of the First Nation, and breaking of treaties for both Biden and Trump, and all of that stuff. So we all know that the United States has many treaties with the First Nation, and they've broken pretty much all of them, and then they expect them to adhere to the treaty after they've broken it, as I think we spoke about off air, Mark. So do you want to kick off the conversation, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, there's two things that I'm most concerned about. The first isn't necessarily only with Biden. It's with even this past summer, right? I've given live streams and talks on the Supreme Court cases and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But this past summer, we had McGirt versus the state of Oklahoma. And basically Oklahoma was saying we've never treated the eastern half of Oklahoma as reservation land, and McGirt and the Creek Nation were saying no, it is reservation land. The state courts ruled in favor of Oklahoma. The Supreme Court reversed the decision and actually ruled in favor of McGirt and the Cree Nation, essentially stating for judicial purposes, the entire eastern half of Oklahoma is reservation land. It was seen by virtually everybody as this was a massive victory for Indian country. But if we read the actual opinion, it was written by Neil Gorsuch, who actually is a very good judge regarding native issues. He was a judge in Colorado for a long time, a federal judge there, and dealt with many native issues and treaties there. But if you read the opinion that he released, while he does reverse the decision of the lower courts, and he states clearly that the state does not have the right to break treaties and the court doesn't have the right to break treaties, he repeats over and over that treaties the Congress has the right to break treaties. He says it most clearly on page 6 of that ruling, when he says, or page 7, he says, to determine whether a tribe continues to hold a reservation, there is only one place we may look, the acts of Congress. This court long ago held that the legislature wields significant constitutional authority when it comes to tribal relations, possessing even the authority to breach its own promises and treaties. So literally the Supreme Court stating here that the Congress has the right to break a treaty. Now the problem with stating that, right, as Donald Trump learned when he broke a treaty with North Korea, that they're no longer bound by that treaty. And so they can go ahead and develop their nuclear weapons. And now Joe Biden is trying to get that under control. But the issue here is when we have a treaty that removes the Cree Nation or the Cherokee Nation or any other nation from their lands in the east to lands in Oklahoma, right? There's two sides to that treaty. Yes, they give up their lands in the east, and then they gain these lands in Oklahoma. And then when the government breaks that treaty, they no longer have the reservation in Oklahoma. However, that should mean they get access back to their lands in Georgia and in North Carolina and wherever else they're even from the East Coast. But of course, that doesn't happen. And that's because of the doctrine of discovery and this very colonial parental relationship that the US government has with Native peoples, which doesn't respect their rights, doesn't respect our sovereignty, doesn't expect our agency as people. And so this is the problem, is the United States of America views Native nations as domestic dependents, and we do not have rights. And so even when we talk about, yes, the Congress has the right to break treaty, that doesn't mean we get our lands back. It means they break the treaty and they keep the lands that the treaty assigned to them, not only the lands that we lost that they assigned to us. And so this is what is so deeply, deeply troubling about what's going on legally, especially within the Supreme Court. And this is where, and I state this in live streams all the time, this is a bipartisan value, right? Trump and even Joe Biden, after the Mashpee Wampanoag fiasco a year ago, Joe Biden didn't promise he was going to give Native sovereignty over their lands. He just said he'd be a better landlord.
Definitely. So since it's the U.S. Solution Summit, I'm going to go to Howie now, but what do you think some solutions to this problem could be?
Well, first of all, treaties have the same standing as the text of the Constitution. It's the highest law of the land. And if our government is breaking treaties, what does that mean for our constitutional rights? So everybody has an interest in these treaty obligations that we've been breaking. So we got to honor treaty rights, enforce that. That's what we should demand politically. And one remedy that Congress could do is, in some cases, like the Onondaga Nation, which is adjacent to Syracuse, New York, where I am, they filed a land rights claim in the maybe early 2000s. And the court said, you're too late. Like, what, is the Constitution too late? When is it too late? Makes no sense. So Congress could pass a law saying you can't be too late on a treaty rights if neither side is pulled out of the treaty. That's one remedy I can think of, besides just honoring the treaty rights and enforcing them, which means there are a lot of economic and social obligations the federal government owes to these indigenous nations, as well as land that was taken in violation of the treaties. And that is, work that needs to be done and really hasn't been an issue that's been much discussed. Really, I think since AIM took over the Bureau of Indian Affairs back in the 70s, and it got a little attention for a minute, and then just hasn't been on the federal agenda. It's a political task that we gotta raise.
Definitely. Christina, what do you think?
Well, I invite all of you, if not in person, definitely the online live stream open source, to be a part of the United We Stand Festival, bringing it to my hometown this year in Cambria, California. The weekend of July 3rd and 4th, our capacity is already maxed out, and all the proceeds goes back to helping the kids rebuild their skate park in Cambria that was wrongfully torn down by elected officials not in touch with their community. And that's the tie between the local, the national level with free and equal elections. We have artist, thought leader Cindy Sheehan will be there, to G. Edward Griffin, Sean Stone, and many more, Audrey Addison Williams, Brock Pierce, another independent candidate. And our co-host is the Independent National Union, Brock Pierce Foundation, Open the Debates. I would love to collaborate more with the parties, with individuals. I love that you're here, Howie, Mark. That sets you apart from so many others, just because I've seen your consistent presence online, beyond the election. So that's very cool. And so the bigger vision coming out of Cambria, again, a live stream for those who want to see it, they can go to and equal, free equal.org. Again, all the proceeds goes back to these kids that have raised already over $200,000 towards a $400,000 goal to rebuild their skate park. Like, these activists are doing it. It's so cool to use as our future. And so a coalition of hundreds, thousands of organizations is wrapping around the bigger vision I mentioned briefly earlier. Mark, you weren't here. And that is that the United We Stand Festival will present our presidential debate tour up to 10 stops in 2024. So I'll be co-moderating with like-minded or whatnot thought leaders, celebrities, and we'll be implementing our blockchain election assistant app into those round of debates. Not only will people be able to vote through instant runoff voting and so on, who will be in each round of debates, kind of American Idol style, but it will also list every single candidate running for office, including independent candidates beyond party lines. So I urge people to be a part of that. It is time for us to recognize that we need to come together more than ever. So I think that is a huge solution-based direction we're going in. We have a long-term plan of how we're going to achieve that, replacing these and ours alike that aren't serving the people.
Definitely. We are almost out of time here. I want to see, Mark, what you think about that solution, and then we're going to have to cut to break and bring in our intermission singer.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate, these problems need to be addressed at so many levels, right? They need to be addressed at the local level, in the community, and empowering youth to have agency in their own local communities. They need to be addressed at the state level, like what we saw happening with McGirt and Oklahoma, and they need to be addressed at the national level. My biggest concern is, and this is why I ran for president in 2020, is because I feel very strongly that unless we make changes at the national level, we're not going to be able to make changes at the local level. And so that's where I absolutely encourage the people who are doing the work at the local level. I lived on the Navajo Nation for 11 years. We were part of trying to, increase our own agency on our own reservation for 11 years. But then I moved to Washington, D.C. because I realized we needed to have someone engaging these with our national leaders at a national level. And so I get excited when I see people at all these different levels engaging and working and trying to move things forward. And I'm excited about the stuff you're talking about for the debates in the next round in 2024. Christina, I think that sounds really intriguing as well as appealing.
And if I may briefly, Mark, real change, it begins from the bottom up. In order to make change on the national level, I learned with free and equal elections, I've got to set things by example and get involved in my local elections and make true change. So I wanted to let you know every stop of the United We Stand tour will come from a place of prayer. We have the Lakota prayer and Choctaw, and that is so important. Founder of Standing Rock is going to be like the key guy at our United We Stand festival. So prayer is so key. And, like John Lennon said, there's no problems, only solutions. So I do see through the blockchain ledger, we'll be able to shift the power from the federal, state, and local level. It just all ties together. It all ties together, Mark. So we're on the same page.
Thank you for your work. I really appreciate both what you, Christina, and you, Howie, are doing. I see both of you pretty actively online, and it's great to see all the work that you're doing.
Well, I love your spirit and Howie's as well. So thank you, gentlemen. I hope to have you there on the ground, but definitely into the tour. It'll be annual United We Stand. It may be even more. We'll see, but definitely build into 2024.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Christina. Thanks, Howie. We're going to cut to break, and we'll be right back with Lily Rose, our musical intermission.
Hello, US Summit Solutions. We are back with another Lily on the Keys musical intermission. Where it began, can't begin to know it, but then I know it's going strong. Wasn't no spring, spring became a summer. Who'd have believed you come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, oh, the times never seem so good, so good, so good. I really cry, whoa, to believe it never would. But now look at the night. It don't seem so lonely. We build it up with only two. And when I hurting runs off my shoulder, how can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, whoa, the times never seem so good. I've been inclined, whoa, to believe they never were. Oh, no, no. Sweet Caroline, whoa, the times never seem so good. I'm being inclined, oh, to believe they never were. Oh, no, no. That's a Neil Diamond for you. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Goodbye, Norma Jean. Though I never knew you at all. You had the grace to hold yourself while those around you cried. You crawled out of the woodwork and they whispered into your brain. They sent you on a treadmill and they made you change your name. And it seems to me you live your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain set in. And I would like to have known you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned out long before your legend ever did. blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band, pretty eye, pirate smile, marry a music man, ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand, looking on. She sings the songs, words she knows, tune she hums. Know how it feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you. And you can hear me when I say softly, slowly, hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down, sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Little Elton John medley for you. Thank you all so much. My name's Lily on the keys. You can find me lilyrose.com. Feel free to send me a note and let me know if you have any requests for the next couple of intermissions. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to panel 5 of the 6-panel U.S. Solutions Summit. I'm Andy Kennedy, co-host of the morning show Hair of the Dog with Carrie Barber. The last message I got on my phone before this went live was, plug the show, plug the show. So there you go. I'm also the executive producer of the podcast Macro and Cheese and the video and podcast series called The New Untouchables of Pecora Files. I am also the media lead of Real Progressives, Real Progress and Action. Welcome and thank you for joining us this evening. We are here to talk about direct action versus political politics, election security and integrity, chain of custody, and whether the U.S. is able to ever go back to hand-marked ballots again. I'm joined with 4 people this evening. First of all, Daniel Lupker.
Hey.
Say hello, Daniel.
Hey, everyone.
Please let us know what you do.
Oh, yeah. So I run Hardlands Media, 99 Perspectives. A lot of you probably seen me and Kit on Hardlands. We do a daily show at 5 p.m. Central Time every weekday, and we do a lot of content and a couple other things on the side.
Which is a perfect segue into my next guest. Who is the person you were just talking about? Kit Cabello. Good evening, Kit. How are you this evening?
I'm having a wonderful time. It's nice in Chicago. It's not freezing, and it's very good to be part of this panel. I am one of the co-founders of Hardlands Media. I'm the director of communications at 99 Perspectives. I also occasionally co-host Chicago Corner, which is another one of our YouTube channels. And I'm also one of the field reporters for Hardlands Media. What we're doing in the city is something that has been seen before, and we are very honored and very happy to be part of this panel and fight for that better future that's long overdue for all of us.
Thank you very much, sir. As well, we are joined this evening by Craig Pasta-Jardula of the famous Convo Couch. Good evening, Pasta.
Good
How
evening.
are you?
Thank you for having me on, my man.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. And now, last but not least, Mr. Bruno Franco. Franco, would you please explain to our audience what your function is and how you reach people?
What's up, everybody? I'm the host of Frank Analysis. I host panel discussions, interviews. I do solo videos. You can find me on Twitter at B43Franco, and I'm also on Rockfin, Odyssey, and I'm on YouTube still, although I don't know for how much longer.
Craig, we could talk about that too later if you'd like.
Oh, yeah. Can we scream about it? Can we yell about it?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
okay.
can.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But as most Zoom calls go, please mute your microphone before you start to scream.
Got it.
We'll wait.
All right.
Okay. So anyways, let's get this discussion started. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm kind of a last minute substitution as host for this. So I don't really have anything prepared, although I'm fairly cognizant of the problems and what we're about to talk about. But that allows me to allow my guests to do most of the talking, which if you ask my wife, that's a good idea. Direct action versus electoral politics. The United States has gone through, and I'm not just talking about the pandemic, a rather tumultuous 5 years. It was certainly an interesting thing to watch from north of the border with my box of popcorn. But I would like to start the discussion with how things have changed in terms of the left since, let's say, Bernie Sanders announced his candidacy in 2016 to now what we're seeing. Do you want to start? How about Franco? Do you want to start?
How things have changed. Well, we're seeing a lot more independent media. We see a lot more people criticizing these politicians that aren't doing their jobs. But what I want to discuss first is, my colleagues are obviously doing a great job diagnosing the problems, but I just want to give some criticisms here. My criticisms on independent media and how it urgently needs to improve to help guide people in the most effective way forward. My criticisms will go beyond the obvious grifters and synthetic leftists like TYT, Majority Report, and the like, who still tell people to support and vote for the Democratic Party. These criticisms will focus on our allies who know that simply voting for the lesser of two evils, the Democrats, is not the solution. To my colleagues in independent media, please don't take these criticisms personally, because I say this so that we can all improve and reach our goals of overthrowing the current system much faster and more efficiently. My first criticism of my allies in independent media is to stop focusing so much on electoral politics, which includes uplifting third parties. Electoral politics is a waste of energy because our elections are privately owned, and we need to get to the bottom of how corrupt it is and inform all people about it. I will let Pasta elaborate more on the corruption of our election system, since he is the election integrity activist here. However, I will say that all current third parties are a waste of time because none of them address nor initiate a mass movement against our corrupt election system and are too hyper-focused on elections. This is not to say that we cannot still vote for third parties, especially locally, but uplifting them as a center focus of our job as commentators and activists will just create false hope and wasted energy, since our election system is designed to make it impossible for third parties to win elections. Such false hope is akin to making people believe that voting for progressives will help reform the Democratic Party. It's impossible because of the pressure in Congress by the corporate politicians and others who influence them and who influence our election system. Our focus should be on opting out of the system and public organizing, which I will get into in my third criticism. But very briefly, I want to mention the two biggest parties the leftist channels are focusing on. The first one is Movement for a People's Party. I've covered my criticisms of Movement for a People's Party extensively. You can tune into my channel and you'll find several videos I did about them. I even discussed this with several people who still support Movement for a People's Party, so it's not just one-sided. The Green Party is the other party. They have their own elections that are rigged. Their primaries were arguably more corrupt than the Democrats' primaries. They were rigged in favor of the lackluster and hopeless Howie Hawkins. It almost seemed like they wanted to lose. They don't care about the rigged elections either. This was covered extensively by Primo Nutmeg, Nico House, Slow Newsday, and myself, with interviews with several former and current Green Party members and presidential candidates like Ian Schlackman, Richard Idris, Dario Hunter, and Chad Wilson. And given everything we learned about the failure of the Green Party and rigged primaries in favor of Howie Hawkins, I gotta say I'm not proud of being in the same solution summit with him. So yeah, I gotta be honest there with that. And my second criticism of independent left media is that we need to focus more on exposing the hijacked nonprofit grassroots organizations like the DSA, the Sunrise Movement, 350.org. A lot of us already do a lot of exposing of the Justice Democrats, but we should focus more on other organizations that are not low-hanging fruits. Leaving these controlled opposition and synthetic left organizations unexposed leads to well-meaning activists to waste their time helping the predator class that they're supposed to be fighting against. I mean, we have Bill Gates, George Soros, and others with ties to several nonprofits and 501c4s that activists join. There are several investigative journalists like Corey Morningstar, Whitney Webb, and Robbie Yeager who expose these ties. We can bring them on more to inform our growing audience so that they do not waste time with these organizations that are just tools by and for the predator class, to make people think that progress is being made when really nothing is being fixed other than tweaks around the edges. So I've already said a lot during this turn. I can get to my third criticism after, but I want to give my other colleagues here a chance to speak.
Okay, well, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Kit, question for you. We've seen a real division on the left with force the vote, right? That started with Jimmy, and it really made some interesting arguments back and forth about specifically the squad. What's your take on all of that? And is there an electoral politics way forward to
first,
get it fair?
Let's address what force to vote was and the opportunity that was lost. You see, force to vote was a correct method, because the thing is, Jimmy Dore didn't just wake up overnight and just say, hey, I got an idea, and got all his friends together to do it. He found it, and it was in the DSA playbook. It's their idea. They're the ones that have it, and also National Nurses United has also talked about it as well. Now, the thing is, what a lot of people might forget or overlook, but at one small point, when force to vote was still in its infancy, even I was surprised that Jimmy Dore was asking AOC and certain other progressive members in the House to take it up. But the traction it was gaining is that this is a right thing to do, because it shines a light on our heartless politicians, both Democrat and Republican, that they are not going to give us single payer health care at the height of a pandemic, that they're not even going to vote for it. And the thing is that even Cenk Uygur of TYT and Sammy Boy Cedar, at one small point, agreed with force to vote until something happened. And we can theorize what happened. Maybe ego, maybe pride, or maybe they got a phone call or whatever. Eventually, there became a bigger divide in the left. And the thing is, this cannibalism that we're seeing on the left, to Franco's point, which he already pretty much said everything that needed to be said about the cannibalism of the left, and why we need to start being critical of a lot of these larger institutions, that this is going to be playing out, and it has to play out in order for there to be some kind of clarity, because we have to know who are the people who are on the right side of history. Force to vote is the correct method, and I agreed with Jimmy Dore's force to vote, and I know this might make other people angry, but I agreed with Cenk Uyghur's force to vote for 15, but my only criticism of that was, okay, Cenk, when they fail, what are you going to do? Because when it comes down to electoral politics, so long as we have people going into the Democratic Party or even in the Republican Party, they're still part of the two-party system that is owned by the top 1%. Now, the thing is, I have seen examples of electoral politics work, but at the state and city and municipal level. At the federal level, I think a lot of us are focused on the federal level. It can work in lower tier elections, like running for city council or maybe a state or House representative seat. It gives their take, and it's a give and take in the different states and how each one of them has election integrity. But the bigger picture is that we don't have election integrity. So we could say, well, in 2022, if we get more Democrats in the United States House and Senate, well, then maybe now we could use force to vote. When Jimmy Dore was proposing force to vote, that was a time to act. That is when decisions need to be made. And that's where the activist community has to start putting more pressure on the people that they respect. And I think the biggest problem that the left has is that we do hero worship our politicians more so than the GOP or conservatives. And so if there is going to be another force to vote, potentially maybe independents, but again, at a third party level, at the federal level, it's impossible really for third parties to get in a seat, because each state has its own rules and regulations of what a third party candidate has to do to get in the seat. What's needed is a groundswell of a massive movement, people, a general strike. The problem with that is I think people are burnt out. 2016 and 2020 did a number on the activist community, and this division on the left, unfortunately, is going to have to continue to play out until people get their heads on straight and realize that if we don't come together, if we don't put aside our ego and pride, nothing will fundamentally change. So force to vote, again, it was an opportunity lost. We can imagine what it would be like if we didn't see that divide. But see, the thing about social media, and this is the poison of Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and that is people love the drama. People like seeing the fighting. It's a waste of time, and nothing gets done. Now, I know that each of us have every right to be critical. Look, I'm open to criticism. I'm open for, hey, you didn't cover this story right. Or, hey, I think you guys are wrong on this issue. Okay, I will be an adult and listen to what somebody has to say it to me, speak it out to me, and explain X, Y, and Z about what is wrong. But until we have more people, especially in the activist community, groups, people actually willing to sit down and communicate and have a real effective battle plan, I can't see how really either a ground movement or electoral politics will play out unless people start coming together. And unfortunately, with this division that we're seeing, was the aftermath of Jimmy Dore's forced to vote, because that was the forced to vote that mattered. I don't think anything might happen at this point in time unless there is maybe another fire to get people united again. But right now you have different parties, different factions in the left, each believing that they are in the right. And the thing is, we are all concerned about what lies down the road for us in 2022 and going into 2024 with rumors of Trump running again. Because if we want to fight for progressive issues, progressives are going to have to challenge the Democrats, challenge the rules that are preventing third parties, and challenge a system that's been oppressing us for far too long. I think if there's anything else you want me to clarify on, just let me know.
Oh, that's good. I appreciate that.
Can
Well,
you
the
go
point
back 4 minutes and start over again? I that's right where. All right, that was a bad joke. I said, can you go back 4 minutes, Kit? All right, buddy.
Hey,
you know,
lay off me. I seriously.
I thought you were mad at us for a second, Craig. I thought you were getting angry. I said, what did we do?
Pasta's a sweetheart.
Thank you, Franco. I appreciate that.
Well, okay,
Seriously,
well,
he's
Craig,
one of the
you
nicest
spoke
people I
up.
know.
So the next question for you is, now, when we talk about the essence of democracy, which seems to have been lost, right, in not just the United States, but United States is the test case, right? That when you think about your district sends a representative of that district to Washington to be your spokesperson, that our system couldn't be farther from that right now. Would you agree with that?
1000%, because people haven't really labeled the problem, right? You know what I'm saying? They had to present a solution. You first got to recognize the problem, and the problem is corruption, right? And a lot of leftists think they can just vote corruption out. You can't. You got to show up at corruption's door and let them know that they're being corrupt and call them out. And that is the problem. My head almost exploded today when I was watching some of the Solution Summit and hearing people saying, when it comes to election, we just got to try harder. We got to knock on doors. You know what I'm saying? We got to virtue signal more. No, you have to call out the elections for what they are. The corruption's that's there. And then, you know, one of the guests just said before too, as well, what are you going to do? How are you going to change the system electoral if you have the same people in there? Well, first off, like I said, acknowledge the problem. Our elections are a sham. They're some of the worst elections around. We have proprietary software tabulating 99% of our votes in our publicly funded elections. That means it's a secret software. You can't look at it, even though you pay for it. So whatever goes in might not necessarily be the result coming out. So if you're wondering why our elected representatives, I call them selected representatives, never go with the will of the people, is because they're going with the will of the people who put them there, the overlords, the tech geniuses, whoever's pulling the strings. And I think we have to start acknowledging that as the problem and have a plan in place to fix it. For instance, the first thing that should be done is when any candidate run, and you had any of those three candidates that were on before that are going to run for Democrats. First of all, I don't even know why you're going to run in a corrupt system and a corrupt party anyways. If you're not a Democrat, don't run as a Democrat. We have to stop doing this lesser of two evil bullshit to try to get in office. But what you should be doing is right out of the gate, as soon as your election's over, you should having all your followers and everybody who's with your campaign start going for record request. Okay. You have to write in record requests for everything about that election, every piece of data for that election you can get. You got to get a hold of it, because then you can start to point out the problems that lie within our elections if you have that data. But instead, what do progressives do? Oh, it was me. I didn't knock on enough doors. I didn't call enough people. I didn't do blah, 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 blah. No. Call out the corruption. Stop running with corruption. Stop thinking you're going to vote out the corruption. And let's start the process of individual responsibility of going in and finding the data for these elections, requesting this data so we can expose the problem at hand. What's happening in Arizona right now is a shame that the Democrats are not aboard with this. Not even so much the Democrats, the progressives, you know, the ones that in 2016 that were in the courtroom when the Democratic lawyer, Bruce Spiva, stood up and said, listen, the Democratic Party can go into the back room filled with cigar smoke and pick whoever we want. Well, if that isn't corruption in your face, what is? I mean, they're pretty much telling you that a democratic process doesn't have to be democratic. So we have to first start educating ourselves on elections, understand how elections run. Remember what Stalin said. It's not those who cast the vote that have power. It's those who count the votes. And in America, 99% of your elections are counted by secret proprietary software. We need to start changing it, getting a plan in place, and start calling it out for what it is. And the Democratic Party is not that party. Sorry.
Well, no, I agree with you completely. And one thing I will tell you, as a Canadian, and I've pretty much voted in every single election that I could because I believe in the process here, at least here in Canada. But every single election that I have voted for, I was given a piece of paper. I wrote my choice on the paper. I handed it to the election official and they put it in the ballot box. Every single one, including the last ones, which were just a couple of years ago. There's never been an electronic part to that process.
Yeah. Well, that you can either go either way. If you want to have a system where tabulation machines are going to be used, you have to have an open source system. And then you can have 100% hand counted audit behind it. But whatever the case is, whatever you decide to go with, whether you're marking it with hand, whether you're using a ballot marking device, you know what I'm saying? It has to be transparent across the board. And that's what I'm talking about right there. That's just two parts of the election. You got to look at it as a poker game. There's four of the places where the overlords, the tech lords, can cheat you and put their person in power. So yes, that is one way. We have to understand elections as a whole. So you can say we need ranked choice voting or we need funding, you know what I'm saying? More public funding. We have to combat the evil parts of HR 1, which allows the corporate duopoly to raise unlimited amounts of money while suppressing smaller votes. We have to change the framework of our elections. My partner says that we don't need reform. We need election revolution. So it starts with us learning. And let me tell you something. The Republicans, the Patriots, or the Trump fans, or whatever they call themselves, they're kicking progressives' butts. Instead of us digging into these elections in 2016, we stomped our feet a little bit and then we thought we can go vote out corruption. It's not going to work that way. Don't join corruption. Don't think you're going to vote it out. Face it, face on, get in its face and let it know that corruption's there. We won't abide by it. And we're going to check every aspect of these elections. And we're going to learn every aspect of these elections because it might be just Donald Trump this time that might have got cheated, but it's always the grassroots candidates. And these guys in Chicago can tell you because they follow elections too. It's the grassroots candidates. And same thing here in LA. And they get it on the nose. Those are the people who get cheated constantly.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry
Danielle.
for going off. Franco got me all riled up.
It's okay. It's all right. We like you riled up. It's fine.
Gotcha.
But now I would like Daniel. I would like Daniel to weigh in because he hasn't spoken yet. But I'd like to talk to Daniel about direct action. Let's talk about direct action. What do you think would be effective direct action in today's society?
Okay, so I think that there's a lot of things that I want to build on what everyone else has said so far. First, we have starting with indirect action. We have a lot of things that have to go into even getting to that question. I think that question's almost too advanced from where we're at right now. First, to build on other people, the fact that the left is fighting itself yet again, as it always does, is an enormous issue. We know that there are people that are not part of the left and they're obviously doing the wrong thing. We call out TYT all the time on the show. But I feel that we overdo heavily how much we fight each other. But I also see why we do. It's a natural sort of ecological system that happens when people that are outside of power are trying to get it. Just a feudal system. That's all it is. It's just little tiny kingdoms fighting for power, even though if they combined their efforts, even if they didn't fully agree on everything, they would actually be able to do something. But we're here still pulling that feudal system and making it sound like it works. Then we have, just in terms of elections, we don't have the power to really have any influence on this right now. And I feel that we get so stuck in just viewing what's wrong with the system. Although, to add on what everyone else says, it's a disaster. It's a mess. There's no question about it. But we're in a position as progressives right now that if we call out any person in office, they can literally just slough it off and go, that is literally irrelevant to my life. We could get our friends and go protest outside of some politician's house. They're going to wait a week. We're going to go away at some point. The problem that we have is that we don't have the ability to act continuously. Here's an example. So me and Kit were part of Wolfpack. We got our stuff done in a year. We got 20 people. We're able to get one of the most corrupt states to pass an anti-corruption bill. The reason that worked is that there were a number of people, and anytime these type of events happen, you always need like 3 or 4, let's say 4 people that you have to pay full time to spend their time running these organizations. If you pay someone a $15 wage, it's about $35,000 a year times 4. It's 70,000, 140,000. You have to rent a space. You have to have stuff that you have to use. That's a $200,000 a year expense to be able to continuously employ and operate 50 to 100 volunteers to make an action work, which, by the way, is what the Democrat and Republican Party are able to do all the time. Now, what we know from experience, we know from grassroots elections is you need like a 1/10 of the time as a grassroots person that's actually speaking on behalf of people in their own interests to get them to agree with you, as people have to spend millions of dollars in TV ads, not knocking, to get people to somewhat go, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So we know that we have that advantage in that point, but to do that, we actually have to build real infrastructure. I talk about this in Hardlands every now and then, but it's very important to remember. Right now, everyone that's on this panel has taken time and energy and brings in income to be able to talk to thousands of people every single day. That's an example of that working, but we only talk, and we need to do a lot more. We need to be able to, we talk about co-ops all the time. We talk about how we need to get other companies to do it. We need to lead. I think a big issue that we have is, in a sense, it's very much like the perception of the Green Party. If people think you're not going to do anything, even if they think you might do better than the people they're currently voting for, they're not going to vote for you because they don't have any confidence that you're going to exist. So we need to lead all this by our own actions. We need to get together. We need to make co-ops. We talk about not liking the banking system. We need to make institutions, financial institutions ourselves, credit unions and the like, that actually do this. If we can't do this ourselves, then how can people that don't already agree with us think, oh yeah, those guys, that what they're saying is good and I can trust what they're going to do? That's not how it's going to work. We already have the people that already agree with us, but it's clearly not enough, and it clearly is not going to convince people to do what we want. The way we change that is we have to build outside of just media. That's one thing we're doing at Hardlands Media. We have a thing called 99 Perspectives. We built it at the start with Hardlands Media for this exact reason, because we saw enough of TYT to know that even though with the size that they're at, it really didn't matter. They couldn't even get an election that they got more than 2 or 3% on. And that's quite pathetic. But they didn't have a ground game. The thing that we did, the only thing that we did connected to that was Wolfpack, was a ground game, and it did work. But to do that, you have to be able to maintain it. I don't care if we can take one punch, metaphorically, at a politician putting a bad bill. It's irrelevant. It never matters. They wait it out a week, and then they keep doing what they're doing. You know what does change it? When every single day for a full year, there are people outside their house, outside their office, connecting with newspapers and having people that are paid enough to focus on that. If we're just going to sit here and be on news and just talk about it, we're never going to accomplish anything. And especially if we're not going to build anything, if we're just going to fight people that we disagree with to some points, we personally think, at least with Hardlands, we decided not to do that. We think it's a waste of energy. If you see someone that's not doing anything useful, let them not do something useful. We're going to take them back by getting the people that are with them to see that there's a better avenue. If we can't do these things and really start building something that we can sustainably attack the people, again, metaphorically, that we're trying to overturn, I don't know how we could possibly think we can succeed. It doesn't matter what the voting system is. If you have enough people that are angry enough and are going to vote a certain way, that at some point they're going to not be able to deal with it. We're talking enormous margins that we aren't even capable of doing right now. We're talking getting people so upset at people that we have the power. I want to be in a position for every single progressive media that when we call out a politician, they fear it versus ignore it.
Right. Exactly. Now, Kit, do you agree with that? Do you agree that it's going to be a coming together on this, on the media side, on the independent media side, that could make a difference?
Well, again, we're all seeing the fighting that's happening on social media. I don't know what that coalition looks like, but it is the most effective pathway for at least all of us to put aside our differences and try and get to a real goal, and that is educating the people about the failures of our economic system, of our political system, of our voting system. So we're going to have to come together. And to Daniel's point, again, It's about building coalitions and actually trying to build something sustainable. Do it right the first time. And we've seen the failures of these larger institutions and our politicians. It's time to push that aside and do something correct, because for a long time, corporate media, the political establishment has been giving us their narrative. We see that it doesn't work. And our problem right now is on the left is that we are too divided. We are infighting way too much. And we have to build proper political, economic, social infrastructure for independent media and for the activists and community organizers so that things can fundamentally change. Because if we don't start doing something now, who knows what we're looking at 10 years down the road. We got to step up. But again, what that coalition or even what's going to set it off for people to come together, I don't know.
Craig, how big a problem is cancel culture right now?
It's the biggest problem, which kind of leads to my to piggyback a little bit what on Kit says, because I don't even know what left means anymore, right? You know what I'm saying? We're here at the Solution Summit, and it looks like we got 4 leftists, I guess, talking together without talking to somebody on the right, as well, because that to me is the big problem, is that we are too tribal, and we're worried about coming together with people on the left because that's what we're labeled with, not rather than talk to people who have, common ground with us on the right. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have a lot of Republicans on my show. We're trying to talk to a lot of conservatives because I do think differently than them, but where can we come together? Where can we find common ground? And I think that's a big thing. Cancel culture is a tactic that's set up by the predator class or whoever's running things, whoever you want to label them, the deep state, whatever you want to call them, we call them the predator class. It's a tactic that is put there to further the divide and conquer mentality that's plagued us here in the United States and stuff like that. If we're fighting with each other, then we're not paying attention to what's upstairs and what's going on and who's really controlling us. And that's something we need to do. So for me, it's about talking to dissenting voices like that. You know what I'm saying? People who think differently than us. But the problem is, it's the tribalness is kind of highlighted and the cancel culture is out there. And instead of just pointing fingers at each other, maybe we should go, hey, let's get that opinion from that guy over there. He might not be for Medicare for all. He might not be for climate control like I am and stuff, but maybe we'll agree on elections. Maybe we'll agree on civil liberties and stuff, because we say we're leftists, but everything's turned upside down. The left is now taking on all the culture wars in their own frame that the Republicans did in the 80s and 90s. Remember, you can't burn a flag. You can't kneel over here. You got to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. There's no abortion allowed whatsoever. And now the Democrats are the leftists. They're all about, they got this little authoritarian mentality. Oh, I don't like that speech. Let that be censored because that's bad. My wokeness says, shut that person out. Cancel that person. Don't even talk to that person. He's a Nazi because he freaking voted for Trump. And these tactics, it's just crazy if you pay attention to them. So that's why I say, what is even the left anymore or the right anymore? I think in a frame of populism. And I know some people don't like that word, but I like it. It's what the populism wants. You know what I'm saying? That's the things we need to concentrate on. And if we all got in a room, right, we got rid of these jerk offs up top that are running things. We brought out the guillotine or do it Mussolini style. We can all then get in a room together and decide what's best for all of us to make sure we can work out our differences and move along amicably and really just change everything that's going on in this world today. But it's calling out corruption for what it is, because it happens on the left just as much as it happens on the right. And that's something we got to change.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just to throw in one thing on that, cancel culture is just cultural authoritarianism.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
And eventually, those that do cancel culture eventually get canceled themselves, because again, cancel culture is nothing but cannibalism. And again, look at everything that they're complaining about. It's far too similar to what we see, to Craig's point, to what we saw in the 80s with conservatism. It never works, and eventually no one's going to care.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, I think as much as that we had a lot of failures with Bernie running we now are winning on the issues. I mean, like, even corporate media has gone way past the point of going, well, yeah, everyone agrees with Bernie, but if you word it this weird way, but we already know that we've already won on the issues. So the point is, now we just need a fraction of the power of the people we're fighting. We don't need to match them even close. They're a teetering empire. We already know America is a crumbling empire, falling apart, acting more illogical as time goes on. We just need to build and sustain a wrench to keep throwing it into their machine and keep showing people that we are a better alternative, because at some point whether it's through us, whether it's through someone else, whether it's through natural collapse, there's going to be a power vacuum. And we want to be the people that people come to because they believe in us, they believe we can succeed, and we already won. To go, literally, this is politics is war. It's quote Sun Tzu: a victorious army wins and then goes to war. Defeated army goes to war first and then seeks to win. We need to stop being so reactionary. Part of the way we show reactionary, cancel culture, but really it's just reacting to whatever's going along. We need to be proactive. We need to take action. We need to plan. We need to have our own plans that other people have to react to. We need to be at a time where that can happen. Just as a quick example, in the very early days of Hardlands Media, we were not national. We did local coverage. We never were able to actually make it sustainable. That's why we shifted to national coverage. But when we were local, we were on the ground all the time and talking to a lot of people. And I can tell you, we got dozens of people to volunteer for campaigns for aldermen that ended up winning by 100 votes out of several thousand. We can take credit in Chicago for 4 elections with, granted it is DSA, but nonetheless, we were able to get some really terrible aldermen out of office. And that's because we had a sustained ground force and coverage and who we were connecting with, and we had, even though it was small, it's a very, very connected audience. And so in some ways, even though we have way more people watching us on Hardlands in the current setup, I feel we were more effective with a smaller audience dealing in Chicago, because I think people forget we're national channels. All of us are national channels. We talk about national politics, but we have, like the kid's point earlier, we have a lot of ability to affect local stuff. If you affect enough local stuff, eventually you can shift and affect state stuff. You get enough state stuff, you can shift and affect national stuff. Craig's right. The way that everything voting doesn't work, so we have to take over it piece by piece at the lowest scale, which again means we have to be able to sustain efforts for years.
Great. Good point.
By the way, if I can interject too, I mean, also look at how crazy, like again, with small scale elections, like city council seats. Let's say, for example, just how the establishment is afraid of Kashama Sawant, for example. In her re-election bid, Amazon was supporting her opponent, giving like millions of dollars to his campaign. And even now, Kashama Sawant is still at risk of losing her city council seat by the state of Washington. And it's rather frightening, and it should also motivate us to, at the same time, that the establishment is afraid of when we start shaking their system apart. And at the local level, there's a lot of power that we can do, and it's long overdue that we actually use it. And I've seen it happen in 2019 in Chicago for the municipal election cycle. It can be done. It's just, I think a lot of people aren't really fully aware of what can be done at the city or town or state level.
Right. Okay. Great point. Franco, do you want to weigh in with the third point?
Yeah, I've been waiting for the third point.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'll get some of the third criticism I have, and then after that, I'll give some more detailed details on the solutions that I have that we can all do. But yeah, the third criticism I have that I will mention is that independent media needs to step up their game, and they need to evolve rapidly, just as many of their audiences are. And we need to focus more on solutions. Like, we're seeing our audiences are evolving, like they're learning a lot from us, right? We can't stay stuck simply criticizing mainstream media and politicians segment after endless segment without encouraging people to be active. Because if we continue this habit of just talking about problems, it becomes infotainment, and it makes audience members lazy. It makes them hopeless. It makes them feel misdirected. And what I mean by rapidly evolve is that we really need to learn what works and doesn't work at creating change most effectively, given the amount of short time that we have left. We need to enforce solutions and discuss solutions with as many other commentators, journalists, and activists as we can, with different ideologies, but in agreement that the current system needs to go. I mean, we're already doing that. We're doing a lot of collaboration. We're having solution summit like this. I'm having panel discussions on my channel. I encourage all independent media commentators and journalists to also be activists. And if you're the head of a successful network and you don't want to get involved on the ground, the least that you can do is hire people who can be on the ground. And also, spending too much time criticizing mainstream media or talking about the latest gossip on Capitol Hill while not presenting solutions outside of electoral politics is this huge disservice to your audience. So let me repeat that again. Spending too much time criticizing mainstream media or talking about the latest gossip on Capitol Hill while not presenting solutions outside of electoral politics is a huge disservice to your audience. Now, this doesn't mean that we can't like still criticize mainstream media, like, but if that's the only thing that you're doing on your show, like what are you leaving your audience with? They understand what the problem is. They'll understand what the problem is after 2 or 3 segments of seeing you criticize Rachel Maddow or what some schmuck said on the New York Times. But now what is the next step? What do we do going forward? So we need to grow our online communities. We need to help increase their consciousness. Not only do we need to increase their political consciousness, but we also need to teach them effective ways of how to inform more people and be more patient when they interact with people that are at different points in their political journey. I mean, there's still people that watch TYT or watch Sam Cedar. We have to be patient with those people. We were all there once. TYT was my gateway. On the ground communities need to communicate with other communities, and we can get more on the ground communities because they translate from online communities. I can't tell you how many people I've seen like online on my Discord, on my YouTube, meeting each other, becoming friends with each other, sending information to each other on my Discord, and finding out that they live near each other, and then they organize with each other. Like I've seen a DMV Action for Assange form because these people met online. They found out about events happening in different parts of the country. They all meet and then they form their own little things. They form their own little events. We also can't just solely rely on protests. We have to really opt out of the system. Derek Bros of the Conscious Resistance Network and from The Last American Vagabond, he's promoting a concept called Freedom Cells. This is a network for people to get together with people near them who share common goals and interests and collectively work to accomplish their goals.
Franco,
like learning.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I've just been informed we're almost out of time. I'm really sorry for interrupting your thing, but I just wanted to say thank you, gentlemen. This has been a great conversation. Daniel, Kit, Craig, Franco, I really enjoyed our talk. Let's keep a conversation going. And
Hello, U.S. Solution Summit. Back again. My name is Lily on the keys, and I have a very special request for Elliot. Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood, hop a flight to Miami Beach or to Hollywood. I know what I'm needing, and I don't want to waste no time. I'm in a New York state of mind. We'll play for 10 minutes. I keep on falling in love with you. Sometimes I love you, sometimes you make me blue. Sometimes I feel good, at times I feel you. Loving you, darling, makes me so confused. I keep on falling in and out of love with you. I never lost someone way that I love you. I'm falling back in love with you. All right. Thank you, U.S. Summit Solutions. My name is Lily Rose.
I was gonna moderate the last panel, but now I'm not. I think we really need some more star power. So I've decided to bring in Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard to finish up the moderation.
And are we good?
Yeah, are we good? And now we're here with the Vanguard, who's going to moderate the last panel.
Oh, so we're live now. What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up, everybody? Surprise, surprise. It's me, Gavin, and Zach.
And Zach,
We're
obviously, yeah.
coming to you live from Kansas City. Obviously, we're the co-hosts of The Vanguard. Obviously, we're on YouTube, Rockfin. Find us everywhere you probably consume your indie left media. But yeah, thanks so much to KRTD and to Indie Left News / Indie Left Media for putting this together. It's been an awesome summit. I've been watching kind of throughout the day and have really been engaged and impressed by the conversations going on. So we're just super honored to be moderating this panel. We have some good questions and some awesome guests.
Yeah, super stoked. And just to echo the sentiment that Gavin had. So did we want to have our guests go ahead and pop on?
Yeah, let's do that now.
Awesome. What's going on, everybody? Are we live now? I think we're live. That's what I
now?
believe. What's up? I'm
yeah.
Zach, and that's Gavin from the Vanguard. We are the surprise moderators. I guess a good way to kick this off would be to go ahead and let the panel kind of roundtable introduce yourselves and maybe give a quick introduction. Obviously, each of you likely needs no introduction to the people tuning into this, but for any new watchers, anybody that we're catching for the first time, if you could maybe give an introduction, shout out about your channel, where people can find you, and what you guys are all about. So if we want to kick it off with Graham.
Hello. I do a show called Get Your News On with Ron, and I have a cat that I really like. My show's a political vigilante. I'm on YouTube, or as I like to call it, CIA Tube, since they have demonetized me and pulled videos. I just got a copyright strike for a video I did a year ago. So why don't you go check me out at rockfin.com/Graham Elwood. And of course, you can go to grahamelwood.com for all that. When I typically talk about how I think centrist Democrats are really great, and I like incremental centrism a lot. And I think we don't need a third party. I mean, I think Wall Street, it should be given more power, and that's kind of the stuff I talk about on my show. And I'm a huge fan of the military-industrial complex. I think they're doing great work.
Big Biden bro. Yeah, exactly.
I'm a Biden bro. Yes.
Thanks for joining us, though, Graham. And we're going to be getting into Rockfin today, obviously, and other alternative ways to get our message out there as lefties or just in general people with anti-establishment viewpoints. So super excited to chat. And thanks for being here, man. Fiorella, do you want to give a little bit of introduction to yourself and the Convo Couch?
Yeah, I am Fiorella Isabel. I am co-host of the Convo Couch with Craig Jardula, who was on the last panel. We talk about everything. We talk about imperialism, corruption in politics, just new deep dives into what's going on with the national security state, the bills that Congress tries to pass without you knowing, like the latest one where they gave money to the police. And we are actually also on the ground. We do a lot of activism ourselves, and we have also been demonetized by YouTube. We are also under their radar. We are also on Rockfin because they don't suppress us, and we want to continue pushing people to new platforms, because at any given moment, all of us will be gone, and you will not be able to hear the non-mainstream media propaganda narratives that they're trying to hide. And believe me, they are trying to hide them. We cannot even talk about things like COVID or the vaccines or the Great Reset. We can't talk about these things because you get demonetized. Julian Assange, we can't even talk about him. So thank you for doing this. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us, and we're excited for this conversation as well. Mr. Ron Placone, do you want to follow that up?
Sure. My name is Ron Placone. I am a lover of cats, watcher of hockey, president of the Falling Down the Movie fan club. And you can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/Ron Placone. And I'm at Ron Placone on Twitter and all socials.
Hell yeah. Good to see you, Ron.
Good
What
to
about
see
you,
you.
Justin? Do you want to give a little bit of introduction?
Sure.
You're a little bit newer on the scene to lefty
Yeah.
independent media than the rest of these veterans here, but one of the brighter and more exciting voices to emerge in the last year or so. So we'd love to hear about your voice in the takeover and what your plans are for the future.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely the newest out of this bunch. And I appreciate everybody on this panel too for helping me, helping to inform me. And that's what I'm kind of trying to do now is kind of pass that on. My show's called The Takeover on YouTube. I need to get on Rockfin because, like Fiorella said, I think that is coming. I think that's definitely coming, and we've seen that starting already. And obviously, what happened with Graham's channel as well. I know Jimmy, you've been demonetized countless times, Ron. So that's definitely something that I'm pretty passionate about, and I think that's something that we need to start exploring new avenues like that. So. Definitely will be getting on that shortly, but yeah, on my show, I just try and have conversations, with people like Richard Wolff, people like Kashama Swan, people actually who are making differences and change on the ground right now. Activists like Ho Washington. I've talked with Ash Kalra about cow care. Just these things, smaller local things as well, that I think is important, and we can make, large amounts of progress locally, probably more so than trying to get Medicare for all right now on a national level. Even though we should still fight for it, obviously, and push the politicians, but we kind of we kind of see the landscape for that. So just trying to have those conversations and advance the discourse and yeah, so that's what we do over at the Takeover. So if anyone wants to go check that out and subscribe, we'll be having a conversation on Wednesday with Kashama Sawant.
Oh, fuck
I'm
yeah, dude. That'll
excited.
be a great chat, obviously. We'll
Be
definitely
awesome,
be
yeah.
tuning into that. And then obviously the man himself, the great and powerful Jimmy Dore.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Dore. I'm a Gen Xer YouTuber. And I like to refer to myself as a conspiracy analyst. And I've noticed all the great guests on Justin Jackson's new show, The Takeover. You know who I haven't? I've noticed I haven't been able to get on that show. I don't know what's going on. I must have them blocked on my email or something. That's painful. But so our show, it basically is geared towards getting me an MSNBC contract, and then I'll start calling other people grifters. That's basically what that's what I'm wanting to do for this whole time. And anyway, it's nice to be on YouTube while it lasts because it's going. And I don't know what else we're gonna do, but I've been watching a lot of heist films, and I think that I have a plan, and we should all talk later.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to hear that from you, Jimmy. It sounds like
Are
you
you
might have some good
saying we're
ideas.
all gonna make a heist film? Because I'm in.
There you go.
Ron,
Ocean's 11 style bread tube heist film. Exactly. Yeah.
CIA
to
is
start off,
listening.
to start off with a good question, though, I think that's really important to discuss. And obviously, you know, I think it's pretty much consensus at this point that these platforms, whether it's YouTube, which most of us are all on, but also, you know, Twitter, Facebook, the rest of these social media platforms, it's kind of the consensus that they constitute the new public square in the digital era. But the speech rights of their users do not fall under the First Amendment and essentially are completely at the whim of the corporations, as we've all experienced. So what are some of the ways that you think we can build a movement to nationalize potentially these key social media companies and speech platforms such as YouTube, or at very least push to regulate them in accordance with the First Amendment? Because, you know, we can have all these other different platforms, but if we don't get to the heart of the issue, then I don't think that there really is a solution in sight. So I was just wondering if you guys have any thoughts on that, and we can open it up to the panel if anyone wants to, you know, immediately jump in.
Well, I'll just say that the fundamental problem, obviously, is the corporate takeover of our government, right? We don't have, I say on my show all the time, your democracy was stolen from you a long time ago. There's no way to vote against Goldman Sachs every election. There's no way to vote against them. So the big problem is the corporate takeover. We don't live in a democracy. We live in an oligarchy. A big part of that, of course, is that they take over the media, right? So they have the media, the billionaire-owned media. There's a handful of billionaires that own all the fucking media, and that's the big problem, right? So whenever someone does a revolution, the first thing they do is they take over the radio and television stations, right? Well, now there's the internet, but they've got us on there too. Google and Facebook control the flow of information, and we can't fight back against that, because when we try to push back against their power of the narrative, they block our channels, they take down our posts, they label us conspiracies. And so the bigger problem, I think all we can do is try to wake people, all I can do is try to wake people up to the corruption of the system, and to let them, no matter who you vote for, you're getting screwed. Joe Biden won't even do the things that he campaigned on. So I think what we have to, if there's any chance to save the United States from sliding into be like Brazil, we have to figure out a way to do direct action on a big scale. And you know, the problem is the labor in the United States is in bed with the establishment, right? And I mean, look how corrupted the teachers unions are. Look, I mean, it's just amazing. So when the teachers go on strike and they do something, they have to do it against their union leadership at most of the time. So I think that all I can do is raise consciousness and try to work together with other people to try to, you know, everybody talks about, associations like the DSA, right? And that, I think what Force the Vote reveals that the DSA is just another pretend organization that is sheep herding progressive energy into a pro-war corporate Wall Street party. And that has to end. When we decided to do Force the Vote, we got 150,000 people at a town hall, which is 50,000 more people than the DSA has members. So people are ready for something. And this isn't against the DSA membership. We're just talking about what we need to do is we need to wake people up, raise conscious. We have to do consciousness raising. We have to do direct action.
Jimmy,
and I'll stop there.
Would you agree that a movement for a nationalization or at least a regulations of these social media companies like YouTube in order to force them to act in accordance with the First Amendment? Would you agree that that movement would be part of that broader movement you're talking about and part of that awakening? Because if it weren't for shows like all of these, then I fear that we won't have these voices leading that charge.
Well, what I'm trying, yes, I agree with what you said. I'm trying to get people to realize that right now, social media and YouTube is akin to what the telephone was 50 years ago, right? So, if you couldn't cut off somebody's telephone because you didn't, they couldn't cut off the Klan's telephone. They couldn't cut off the Black Panther's telephone,
Right.
So that's seen as a utility. So because you can't live in modern society without a telephone. Right? You couldn't live in modern society without electricity. You can't live in modern society anymore without the access to social media to amplify your message. That's how people communicate. That is the town hall. And so I'm trying to get people to realize that you can't cut. So to cut people off from YouTube or Twitter or Facebook is akin to cutting them off from their telephone. And I think that would be the move to make them public utilities, and that's what they should be.
I totally agree with that. And does anyone here have any ideas about the best way to build that call or build that movement to make that a reality?
Well,
go ahead, Fee.
No, I just wanted to say, in order for that to happen, people need to realize that we live in an increasingly authoritarian environment, and right now, just the thought of speaking out against the state propaganda narrative deems you a conspiracy theorist, and a lot of independent media doesn't really touch on those subjects, and they don't really actually go deep enough in them to actually expose what's going on. And of course, I'm talking about the usual suspects, but it's in that fight itself is to understand that if we don't have a free press and we don't have free speech, and we don't, because Julian Assange is still in Belmarsh prison awaiting extradition for exposing U.S. war crimes. And because of that, all of us are obviously the next to go. And it's not just us, it's everybody else. And when you realize that we live in an authoritarian state where we can't freely express ourselves or even question anything that's going on, and we have a limited time, then the fight needs to also be just extremely amped up as far as what we're discussing here. Because if we can't question things like COVID, if we can't talk about other solutions besides the vaccine, if we can't talk about things that we should be able to talk about, and if that makes us conspiracy theorists just to even mention something regarding the elections, and even if we don't agree with it, we are our own worst enemy. And of course, I'm nationalizing the these platforms which have become the modern day public square is a way to do it, but they're not going to let us do that. They're like, there's no electoral way to do that. It's not like the squad is going to say, all right, let's vote on this. Let's bring this vote to make sure all of your civil liberties are protected, because they're protecting theirs. The squad just pushed $2 billion for protection for Capitol Police, for themselves, for security measures, while simultaneously taking away your rights. And if we don't point that out, right, if we don't go deep into the legislation of what does this mean in this state of authoritarianism, then we're doing ourselves a disservice. And I think we have to understand, like, we are the people that are going to lead this movement. I mean, all of us, we have a platform. We need to lead and speak out on this, because people need to realize how critical the situation is, so they do get out in the streets, because we're not going to vote our way out of this. We're not going to bring in legislation to fix this. This has to come from the public demand. And unfortunately, one of the things that the left has failed at, because you can talk about Marx, you can talk about theory and Lenin all you want, but there's one thing that leftist movements never dealt with, and that is this technocratic panopticon. That is this merging of big tech with our government, with these fascistic billionaires. That is something that nobody nobody could have predicted. And, you know, now with the phone, everybody is a citizen journalist. And so while that gives us power, it also cuts off our medium of communication. So we also have to build outside networks, support outside new forms of media like Rockfin and whatever other platforms there are, whether it's Panquake or whatever else there is, simultaneously understanding that we need to prep for a time where we might not be able to rely on normal communication.
So if you don't think it's reasonable to push for like the public regulation of these companies, then what would you suggest the energy be directed towards, just as a movement of people concerned with censorship and free speech?
I'm not saying you don't push for it. I'm saying you push for it while understanding they're not going to let you have that. And what do you mean by push for it? Push for it electorally, thinking that you're going to push a politician left? That's not going to happen. Whether you elect Nina Turner, whether you elect somebody else, the system is set up this way. This is how the system is set up. They're not going to simply say, okay, you won. First of all, our elections are rigged. Our elections aren't fair at all. I've studied the elections for the last 5 years. We don't have fair elections in this country. And so for one, so if you think we can vote our way out of this, that's not the solution. The solution is to get people to understand we can't, and to do local initiatives. Like, because as Justin pointed out, there's a lot locally going on that you can do that is more feasible and attainable than at a national level. And while you can push for these things, you have to not just push for a politician to do it, because they're also PR managers to the whole system. Like we don't like have these people are PR narrative managers for the actual state agencies. They don't have as much power as we think they do. So it seems hopeless, right? It seems like I'm being a cynical asshole right now. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there is power in people understanding where we are, so then we can move forward through direct action, through mutual aid, through getting out in the streets and demanding the freedom of press. We did a protest where only 70, 60 people showed up. It was great because it was for free speech. It was against censorship. But we need to see people show up in the thousands. And the way to do that is to actually make people understand that if we don't have access to us, to free press, we lose access to our free thought. We lose access to question. We lose access to everything else. And so I think the first thing to do is to actually understand where we're at, understand that we need to move forward through actually creating movements to build change. Change doesn't happen from the legislation out. Change happens from the people pushing the forces through. Change won't come from within the system.
Totally agreed. How would you suggest that we, like I said, continue to build that public pressure and movement, Ron?
Oh yeah. And
So-
also, I think. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What was going on?
Oh, sorry.
Did I skip
No, go ahead,
somebody?
Ron. Oh no, I just looked like Graham had said something a little beforehand. I didn't want to pop over you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think that the first thing we need to do, like as far as like, okay, these social media companies becoming utilities, I think that starts at a grassroots level, and it starts by making the internet itself a utility. And that's something that you can act on wherever you live via trying to push for municipal broadband. That's an issue I talk a lot about on my show. It's an issue that I've fought for in 2 different communities. So far, I'm 0 for 2, but I'm not going to give up. You know, I'm still fighting where I live now in San Pedro. And what that does is it takes the internet out of the hands of the big cable companies, because keep in mind, the big cable companies essentially have an organized duopoly. That's why we have shittier internet than many other developed countries, and we pay more for it. If you look around to a lot of different countries, they pay about the equivalent of $25-$30 a month for their internet, and they get way better than what we get. And except for in some parts of the United States, why are they different? Because they already have municipal broadband. You can look at examples in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Sandy, Oregon, in Charlemont, Massachusetts. It is doable, and it is already happening. So we're at a point now where, there was a point in time where electricity, there was a digital or a divide. It wasn't digital then, but a divide with electricity. And we've gotten a lot better with it. There's actually still places in the United States that are underserved when it comes to electricity, which is hard to imagine. It does exist, but we've come way further than where we were years ago. Well, the same thing needs to happen with the internet now, and that starts at a grassroots level. Going forward from there, what I would like to see happen, and again, this is something that we the people need to come up with and fight for ourselves, is an actual proper digital bill of rights that includes how these social media companies have to behave, that includes net neutrality, that includes municipal broadband and access to the internet. That's a tall glass of water, but again, politicians aren't just going to hand you, a more democratic system. You have to fight for it tooth and nail and go one community at a time if you have to. And, there's even ways that we can do this via a people's legislature. Mike Gravel wrote a book laying out how that is possible. So I think that's the best way forward.
That's awesome. And shout out to the great Mike Gravel. Obviously, he's done a lot of innovative work in that respect as far as the people's legislature. I love that idea too. Justin or Graham, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
I was just going to say, like, like I agree, like electoral politics. I mean, good luck. I mean, you can try to organize. That's great. I'm not saying no, but the kind of what Fee was saying, and then looking for specific actions like a digital bill of rights that Ram was talking about. I think we got to get more creative. I mean, in terms of like, look what Wall Street Bets did. That was just an unbelievable, that was like one of the most powerful revolutionary acts I've ever seen. And they took $70 billion out of the hands of the oligarchs, and they did it. Nobody got arrested. Nobody got shot with a rubber bullet, no tear gas, no nothing. And so that was a really creative way. But I also really want to touch on Panquake, because, and I don't get any money from them. I've just seen it. I've seen a demo of it recently, and it is going to change everything. That's why there was just a smear piece with me where they misspelled my name and Susie Dawson. It's just some crazy person writing whatever. And it's amazing. It is blockchain, is decentralized, and it is so, and the way they have it set up, because Susie Dawson has people like Bill Binney involved, who's the best cryptographer ever. He's an NSA whistleblower. And you've got it set up in such a way that like Google can't come in and buy up and then push their tweets out. They can't do that. I mean, just as she showed me this demo, I was like, as a comedian, I'm going to be able to sell more tickets to my fans. Cause right now, and Ron and Jimmy know this, you put something on Twitter and it doesn't go to all your followers, and you're just trying to sell tickets or watch my thing or whatever. And so I honestly think it's why Panquake is going to be a revolution. And in the same way, like I think Rockfin, which is blockchain, and they pay us in cryptocurrency, is the future. And
Graham, if people aren't 100% familiar with Panquake, can you give everybody the elevator pitch?
Sure. The elevator pitch for Panquake, basically it's a decentralized blockchain, open source Twitter or social media platform where they can't, if you're familiar with the blockchain, it's like a ledger that we all agree on digitally. It's and so you can't. So basically, if Panquake kicks somebody off of Panquake because it would only be because they like broke the law, they put child pornography or something like that, and then you can go to the blockchain and see, oh, they kicked this person off for this reason. It's not just like, well, wait a minute, I tweeted out and what happened? I don't know if it's reaching my audience. My audience says I never got a notification, or I follow you on Twitter, I got unfollowed. It's all going to be on the blockchain. So it's completely open source. And it's subscription based. People, oh, I don't want to pay $5 a month. Well, now for $5 a month, you're going to be able to not get influenced. Right now, if like Facebook and YouTube, the advertisers came in and said, no, suppress the Jimmy Dore Show, suppress Convo Couch, suppress Ron Placone, suppress Graham Elwood, suppress Justin Jackson, because we want to push Rachel Maddow's nonsense down everybody's stupid throats or whatever. So it's a blockchain, open source, social media platform that is going to be revolutionary, and people can go to panquake.com and donate to it. Susie has a team of people working on it. It's almost done. They just need a little more funding. They're using, crowdsourcing it. So it'll be like Twitter for the people, by the people. And they won't even, the creators of Panquake won't even have control. It'll be on the blockchain. There's no servers that the FBI can come and seize. Like they've set it up brilliantly, because they are whistleblowers who have been targeted by the intelligence community, and they know how they operate. And then when you have when I heard Bill Binney was involved, I'm like, oh, well, they got it then. I mean, this is it. This is like, you've got Phil Jackson drawing up the offense. It's like fantastic. So it's a thing that can revolutionize, because as we all know, okay, we can petition the Squad and the Progressive Caucus, and and it's never gonna do it. They're gonna give the war machine more money. It ain't gonna happen. So that's why they should go to panquake.com.
Thank you so much for explaining that. I personally am super excited to see the result when it rolls out. I think it's a great idea, and I'm, like I said, just super excited to see the potential. Justin, do you have any ideas about like nationalization of these social media companies, or pushing to regulate them as public utilities, before we move on to our second topic?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like we said, I think we can, of course, push for these things, right? You know, whether it's actually going to come to fruition in a time frame that's suitable for the gravity of the crises we're facing, that, you know, remains to be seen, obviously. But it's not looking great. So I think things like Panquake, what Graham said, like Rockfin, just these platforms that, you know, give the power back to the people and away from, you know, these centralized forces. I think that's really important. And I think it's important for us as a left to, you know, like Graham said, get more creative, because I think, you know, even things like NFTs, which a lot of, you know, art, like grassroots artists are actually being able to sell their own stuff, right? It's actually giving power back and away from the centralized force back to, you know, a group of people who for so long have, you know, kind of been left out, because there's a centralized force even in art, of museum people, you know, elite museum people who say, okay, this is what this is worth, this is what that is worth, right? So I think we need to start merging with some of these new creative online communities, and kind of bringing them into that coalition, because we don't know what the future is going to hold, and we don't know if there's going to have to be some type of you know, change in systems, and we're going to have to come together as a collective and decide what we want the future to look like, right? So I think we need to start merging ourselves with some other coalitions to really broaden the left and kind of bring other people who you know, maybe don't know as much about politics right now, or have ever been involved in politics, but bring them in, kind of using their own language to connect with ours, and build a coalition that way.
Absolutely. That's actually a great segue, Justin, into another question that I wanted to get your guys' reaction to. And obviously we were talking about Rockfin, Odyssey, Panquake, these other alternative platforms that are popping up, as I said, presenting themselves in opposition to the censorious and corporate nature of YouTube and these other social media platforms. But they do remain on the fringes, and mostly at this point are catering to an audience of mostly like-minded viewers that are already fairly plugged into these issues. And do you think it's better that we try to build up these smaller fringe outlets, or should we focus on penetrating the mainstream more, so to speak, by trying and working around the rules as they exist on bigger platforms to amass broader support behind our ideas, given the very, you know, limited amount of time we have on certain of these on certain issues? I'm wondering what you guys have to say to that.
You can do both.
Yeah, I think why not use the larger platforms to attract those people, and attract as many people as you can, while also kind of readying yourself and your audience and us as a community for the potential for YouTube to really just continue to move further and further and further right, like we've seen, right? So I think you can do both simultaneously.
Yeah, I think the move that simulcasting, like I said, knock on while we can, simulcasting from what you're recording onto YouTube onto another streaming service like Rockfin, which you can do. Shout out to Ron Placone for showing the Vanguard how to do that. You can now, you know, kind of reach people who, oh, maybe I'm just searching an issue into the search bar in YouTube, like what is going on with X political issue, but then they hear you talking and you're like, yo, if you're interested in this stuff, you can find more content on XYZ platform. I think that's definitely the move. Jimmy, did you have any thoughts on that?
No.
In specific, I was thinking a little bit too about the recent, obviously the movement for the liberation of Palestine, how it seemingly has gained some more traction in recent weeks. And I mean, obviously that's because of the horrific, things that are going on in the situation. But I do feel like part of it has been because it has garnered some more mainstream attention, and this movement has been able to kind of penetrate that bubble a little bit. And I'm just wondering if anyone has suggestions for how, our movements, whether it's, the call to free Assange, or to publicly regulate these utilities, et cetera, how we can really, get that attention, force the mainstream media to cover us a little bit too, so that we maybe do get through to some people that are still on a diet of total mainstream media, which, despite us here being in our bubble, is the vast majority of at least the American population right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are different ways of doing that. What I see in Gen Z is a lot of them are getting sucked into this kind of like Vosh sort of like understanding of leftism, which is really bad. But TikTok, it needs more of us. We need to figure out how to also talk to younger people in a shorter, condensed way. Like 1 minute, 2 minute videos. I think those are very effective. I've seen, Soapbox do those videos that are also very effective. I think there's room for that. But it's also pointing out, not just criticizing what the mainstream media does and making fun of them, because we could do that all day. I mean, it's so easy to do. It's hilarious because they're so easy. This is why we do what we do, right? Because they suck. But also like covering things they don't cover. For instance, there was this colonial pipeline that only Robert Yeager was covering for the longest time. Mainstream media didn't touch it until now. They're saying that the Russians hacked this their system. So it's kind of like that, like kind of like showing them that, hey, with very little money, very little bandwidth, very little everything, we can have people who cover these stories far better and far deeper at a non-superficial level than they can. And I think if we just start doing that, you're pressuring them to cover it, because if it gets enough attention, then they have to cover it. And that's what happened with Palestine. Palestine has been like ravaged by Israel for a long time, and so has Syria, right? And like it barely got any attention. But now we're in an age where everybody has a phone, and younger people are sharing these videos on TikTok and on the internet, and it's getting play. So now it's harder for them to hide this, which is why they're cracking down and censoring everybody. But that's precisely what we need to do, is like continue talking about these issues nonstop, to the point where they can't ignore it any longer, to the point where if they ignore it, then they look like the assholes and they have to cover it, which is why they had to cover everything that was happening in Palestine, because the Palestinian people were doing a lot of social media. They were putting it all over the internet. I had them message me, say, hey, can you share this? Can you share this, please? We're getting shut out by you guys as mainstream media. And I'm like, sure. And then more and more of us started sharing it. And guess what? Like, they had to address it. And now everybody knows that Israel is an apartheid state committing genocide on Palestinians, where before we couldn't even say that. You couldn't even remotely even talk about it or indicate it because it was anti-Semitic, right? And now we're talking about, hey, Palestinian people are also Semitic people. So that's how we, I think, move the needle. We cannot stop going after mainstream media, but also we do it better than they do. And we stay on YouTube, we stay on Facebook and Twitter. We don't leave, but simultaneously we build in other areas. We multi-stream, for instance, on YouTube and Rockfin and other platforms. We're going to start doing on Odyssey if we can, and just to get the information out. And I know that people who have been taken off of YouTube pirate stream to their friends' channels, just so people get access to the information, because really at the end of the day, that's what I do. That's why I do what I do, to inform people. It's not for any other reason, really. Like I love what we do, but it's to inform people. It's to get people to open up their minds. And I can't tell you how amazing it is to have somebody message you and say, hey, I used to, believe this, and I was mad at you when you were criticizing the squad like a year and a half ago, but now, like, you're right. Like, and it's like, yes, thank you. And I've seen people say that about Jimmy. I've seen people say that about a lot of us. And it's one of the things that I think shows you that even if you get one person, that is another person that's going to go there and inform somebody else about what they learned from you.
Absolutely. Anybody else want to jump in really quick before we wrap? All right. Well, we really appreciate really appreciate everybody taking the time to do this stream. Obviously, Gavin and I enjoyed being the guest host for this panel. It was super great speaking with everybody. Thanks everybody for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. It was awesome moderating
Appreciate
this,
it,
and
guys.
really good conversation, really necessary conversation. Like I said, I'm really worried about the algorithm and the corporate news just pushing all the lefty channels into oblivion, even if they don't totally destroy us, just, basically smushing us down. So obviously, everyone here is doing amazing work, and anyone watching should definitely support. You got something to say, Jimmy?
Yeah, can I just say one thing? I hear a lot about, oh, people want to say, hey, stop with all the infighting, right? The infighting's not helpful. And infighting is when people who share common goals disagree on a strategy to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think we saw with Forced to Vote is that a lot of people actually don't share our common goals. They pretend to share our common goals. And then when the moment comes to act on our common goals, they kneecap it and bullshit us and stand in our way. And because they're not, so that's not infighting. That it's very helpful to illuminate the people who are actually don't share our common values and get them out of the way, because they're, for whatever reason, they're carrying water for politicians and the establishment. And so we saw that with the Intercept. I mean, the Intercept now is just a garbage organization, just like the Young Turks and a lot of other people. So that's not. I just want to make sure I get that message out there, because I see that in a lot of other shows. That'll be a topic. Hey, with the infighting, it's not infighting when you're exposing that these other people don't actually share our goals, and to dismiss them. That's not infighting. Okay, that's all. I just wanted to make that
Well,
point.
we're a big fan of infighting here at the Vanguard, so.
Yeah, well, the thing is we 100% echo that sentiment here. We have to be clear on what the fuck we want and how we're going to fucking get there. And there's no way to do that if we don't talk about what we're thinking and be clear on what our strategy is. And if we don't call out the snakes in the fucking grass. So appreciate the work that everybody on this panel does. And we look forward to connecting with you all on another time. Peace out.
All right, everyone, we're about to close out the stream. I'm here with Laylee, who's gonna do another performance for you guys. After this stream, KRTD is doing another stream with Joe Firestone. He's got his great news show, and he's going to cover some of the news. So everybody be sure to tune in to Joe Firestone as soon as this live stream is over. Okay.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much, U.S. Solutions Summit, Shane and Reef, for hosting and having me. And I'm going to conclude our day with an original song that I wrote for the Times. And this one is called Can't Stop Now. Stay tuned because it's coming out on my brand new album. Don't know when this train derailed, but I gotta keep moving on. These arrows inside of me keep me reaching far. When will I get off this beat back? Every rock and every mountain, gotta keep moving on. Whispers in my head, ooh, find a way through stormy oceans, howling breeze. Ooh, I hear the ticking of time, pushing, pulling me in, spinning in circles, going nowhere. Can't stop now. 'Cause if I stop, I'll lose my ground. But if I never make a sound, world it keeps on turning. Can't stop now. Won't let someone take my place. Won't let my name be erased. Gotta keep moving. Can't stop now. Oh, oh. Gotta know it's on the other side. To see it with my naked eye. And if I lose my dream, I'll surely lose my mind. Maybe then I'll finally know that I've always been fine. And find this reflection in the mirror with a smile. Ooh, I can see skies that open, clouds that write my name. Ooh, I can see stars through valleys, horses running free. And it's out there within reach. Can't stop now. 'Cause if I stop, I'll lose my ground. But if I never make a sound, the world it keeps on turning. Can't stop now. Won't let someone take our place. Won't let our names be erased. Gotta keep moving. Can't stop now. Can't stop now. I can't stop now. 'Cause if we stop, we lose our ground. If we never make a sound, the world it keeps on turning. Can't stop now. Won't let someone take our place. Won't let our names be erased.